all private interest, prejudices, and partial affections. The result of all our counsels may be to the glory of thy blessed name, the maintenance of true religion and justice, the safety, honor, and happiness of the king, the public weal, peace and tranquility of the island, and the uniting and knitting together of the hearts of all persons and the states within the same, in true Christian love and charity, one towards another, through Jesus Christ our Lord. Amen.
You may be seated. This Honorable House now resumes its sitting. Welcome all to the sitting of the Honorable House of Representatives on Tuesday, July 9, 2024. I would like to extend special welcome to those who are joining us either in the gallery or on the various social media platforms. Call of the roll.
Mr. Clark, Mr. Bartlett, Mr. Holness, Dr. Clark, Dr. Chang, Ms. Grange, Mrs. Williams, Mrs. Malahou-Fort, Dr. Tufton, Mr. Mackenzie, Mr. Chuck, Mr. Vaz, Mr. Charles Jr., Mr. Green, Mr. Morgan, Mr. Hutchinson, Mr. Terrelong, Ms. Smith, Dr. Dunn, Mrs. Cuthbert Flynn, Mr. Main, Mr. Davis, Mr. Witter, Mr. Brown, Dr. Brownberg, Dr. Charles, Mr. Chin, Mr. Cousins, Ms. Crawford, Ms. Daly, Ms. Davis, Mr. Golding, Mr. Graham, Dr. Guy, Ms. Hamilton, Ms. Hannah, Mr. Enriquez, Mr. Henry, Mr. Hilton, Mr. Jackson, Mr. Lawrence, Ms. Lee, Mr. Miller, Mr. Montague, Ms. Morrison, Mrs. Nita Garvey, Mr. Paulwell, Mr. Phillips, Dr. Phillips, Mr. Robertson, Mr. Robinson, Mr. Samuda, Mr. Shaw, Mr. Siblis, Mr. Slowly, Mrs. Vaz, Mr. Warmington, Dr. Wheatley, Mr. Williams, Mr. Wilson, and Mr. Wright. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. House Leader.
Madam Speaker, I'd like to join you in welcoming members to this sitting of the House. It's first sitting since we had the encounter with one of the more serious weather events of this period. As a matter of fact, Madam Speaker, next, in fact, to Gilbert, for those of us who were around at that time. This particular Hurricane Beryl, which although the outer wall of the eye just barely skimmed the southernmost tip of Jamaica, wreaked enough havoc and damage that made most of us, particularly those of us who had gone through that period, have chilling memories of Gilbert. But, Madam Speaker, for us to have a parliament today and to have all the members here who have had to be in their constituencies almost relentlessly since the event, and having had to deal with the pain and suffering that the hurricane created, and to come today, I want to especially thank them for coming to the House today, recognizing, in fact, the difficulty that they have to be working through with the many constituents who have lost roof, have lost personal effects, have also had very serious psychosocial traumatic moments and experiences, and some few have even lost loved ones. And I, in this instance, would like to express my own condolences to the family of Miss Isilda James, who lost her life in my community of Canaan in East Central St. James as a result of the torrent flowing by her house and trapping her and washing away. Well, I think this temporary loss of power is an indication of the pressure that is on our utility systems trying to recover from the effect of the hurricane. But just to indicate to the family of Miss Isilda James, our condolences, and to let his nephew, who is her nephew, who is her caretaker, to know that we stand with him and with the rest of the family in this difficult hour. An extension, of course, of condolences to the other families who might have had losses in a similar way, or perhaps in even more dramatic way, when I understand a tree fell on the house of an elderly lady and she lost her life. But, Madam Speaker, I know that at a later point today, a more fulsome comment will be made on the incident itself, and no doubt members will have an opportunity to speak, and I hope that we will ensure that the moment we have to speak is well utilized, efficiently utilized. Madam Speaker, the agenda for today, as is here, and I invite you now to move through as stated in the order paper. May it please you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, House Leader. Statement by ministers. Minister of Finance and the Public Service. Are you ready, Minister and Member of Parliament for St. Andrew Northwest?
Some copies for, I'm just speaking on FATF in the first instance.
You only have one copy,
I
Minister?
only have one copy of this, yes.
Has it been emailed?
You can get it on quickly. Okay, here's what I'll do. I will give you my copy, and I will speak from my computer. How about that? There may be some updates. Let me see something here. Yeah, and then just copy it in the meantime and bring it back to me, okay? All right. And I'll start from this. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thanks to my colleagues for the flexibility and understanding. Madam Speaker, there are 40 Financial Action Task Force recommendations that constitute the international standards by which jurisdictions' preventative measures to combat the risks posed by criminals to launder the proceeds of crime and finance terrorism and proliferation of weapons and mass destruction. Jamaica's fourth round mutual evaluation, conducted in 2015 by the Caribbean Financial Action Task Force, and mutual evaluations are conducted every 10 years. The third round was in 2005, for instance, fourth round in 2015, and the fifth round is expected in 2026. So after the fourth round, which was published in 2017, it concluded that Jamaica was compliant or partially compliant in 17 of FATF 40 recommendations. Fast forward to today, Madam Speaker, Jamaica is now compliant in 37 of 40 FATF recommendations. Madam Speaker, as a result of an arbitrary change in 2020, completely arbitrary, in the prioritization threshold that determines whether countries with deficiencies follow up with FATF or with CFATF, Jamaica and Barbados were taken out of the usual enhanced follow-up pool based on the fourth round results and to be followed up with FATF, which is known as grey listing, i.e., the deficiencies were known, they were published, and the enhanced follow-up is with CFATF, but it's a threshold that FATF changed in one of their meetings arbitrarily to say countries that have broad money M2 in excess of this amount who have enhanced follow-up, you don't do it with your regional body anymore, you come to FATF. And that is how Jamaica and Barbados got caught up. Fast forward to today again, Madam Speaker, and at the FATF June plenary, which took place in Singapore over the period 26th to 28th of June of 2024, Jamaica was removed from the list of countries with strategic deficiencies in their AML CFT frameworks that could threaten the global financial system. And let me just tell you, Madam Speaker, my experience being the Jamaica Minister of Finance, who had to go at this time, it's not a place that we belong. And with this experience, Madam Speaker, let us resolve on both sides of the House. No, being in this position of being grey listed is not a place that we belong. You have I describe it for you. But it's not a place where Jamaica belongs. Yeah? But it's up to us, collectively, to make sure that we don't go back there. Believe me, the 2026 round is coming around. And the thing with FATF recommendations is that they keep on changing. And Jamaica has to keep up with them. And they're interested not just in the laws on the books, they're interested in the effectiveness. So, Madam Speaker, this period marked the end of a challenging 4-year period during which Jamaica was classified as a grey-listed country. And remember that we had functions to recognize the end of the precautionary standby arrangement for 3 years, which came after the end of the EFF, which was 3.5 years. And almost right after that, coming out of that, where we had obviously had a program where we had to fulfill criteria and get things done. We finished that, and bam, grey-listed by FATF, 13-point action plan to implement, which has taken us 4 years to do. And we exited FATF the week of the 20th of June, and a few days later, we have Beryl. The nature of life as a small island developing state, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, in early May, FATF's Joint Group of the Americas visited Jamaica to assess the sustainability of the measures that Jamaica had implemented to address the issues covered by the action plan. And the reason I'm spending time to go through it is that the experience has to be a collective one to ensure that we don't go this way again. Because how the system works is that they see what you have done, see what you have passed, but that's not good enough. They send a group to the country, they spend a week in your country, they go around from department to department, and they don't just talk to the government, they talk to the private sector, to people who are regulated in all of the sectors to form their opinion. So they did that in May, Madam Speaker. And to see if the action plan was being operationalized, Madam Speaker. And remember that the action plan, we agreed to the action plan in the February of 2020, which was literally days. At the date in February that we agreed to, it was in the latter half. And within days, the first COVID case was in Jamaica. And the action plan did not vary because of COVID. The action plan remained the action plan. And if you remember how we sat behind plexiglass 6 feet apart in this parliament, along with persons working from home, etc., it became very challenging to meet a lot of the items on the action plan. And it's for that particular reason, Madam Speaker, that it's necessary for me to publicly express appreciation to the hard-working public servants and public servant leaders who sit on the National Anti-Money Laundering Committee. And I want to name as many of these as, the Ministry of Finance, Madam Speaker, led by with the Financial Secretary, the Bank of Jamaica and the Governor, the Financial Services Commission and the Executive Director, the Jamaica Customs Agency and the Commissioner, Tax Administration Jamaica and its Commissioner and team, the Companies Office of Jamaica, the Department of Cooperative and Friendly Societies, the Director of Public Prosecutions, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade, Ministry of National Security, Ministry of Justice, the Constabulary Force, the Betting, Gaming and Lottery Commission, the Public Accountancy Board, the Real Estate Board, and there are others. And all of them have been ably supported by the Attorney General's Chambers and the Office of Chief Parliamentary Counsel. I want to give a special applause to those two, because all of the legislation, regardless of the ministry, that it had to go through the AGC and the OPC. Madam Speaker, the progress showcased to the joint group, and let me, in addition to thanking the public servants, obviously, to thank my cabinet and parliamentary colleagues whose commitment to having Jamaica exit this group was evident time and time again over the last 4 years, including in this House, when we had to bring legislation, not necessarily optimally, but with short notice, yeah? And though we might have had exchanged some words, at the end of the day, we got it done. We got it done because we had to get it done. Yeah? So express thanks to Cabinet and parliamentary colleagues, Madam Speaker. So the process of when the joint group came, it showcased Jamaica's tremendous achievements in modernizing our AML-CFT regime. Right. And I'm also, Madam Speaker, let's recognize Jamaica's prime contact to FATF, former Deputy Governor Maureen Sims, and to the NAMLAC Secretariat that the Governor of the Bank of Jamaica generously agreed to host. Moving from compliant and largely compliant in only 17 recommendations to now 37 recommendations, I said this part earlier, required many laws and the passage of new ones, and I thank my cabinet and parliamentary colleagues for that. When they came, the process showcased the achievements that we have had in Jamaica in our MLCFT regime, and these achievements, which took us 4 years, must be put in the context of the disruption of the pandemic, because they're hard fought and they were forged with diligence, persistence, strategy, commitment, incredible coordination and collaboration, and more importantly, political will. Madam Speaker, we did not achieve all of this by ourselves, but we had the assistance of our bilateral and our multilateral partners, and I must also, who I thank, and I please ask you to thank them with Madam Speaker, our bilateral and multilateral partners who provided a lot of technical assistance for us to get here, and to the private sector, the role they played during the on-site visit in particular is one that we're grateful for. Madam Speaker, not only did Jamaica fully complete its 13-point action plan with FATF, but in doing so, we became the first country in the global network to be fully compliant with recommendations 24 and 25, an accomplishment of which we are proud. So the Companies Act. No, we can talk about it. So, Madam Speaker, I will quote some of the findings. I'll quote some of the findings of the FATF Joint Group in their final progress report on the on-site visit in May 2024. And I quote, in quotes, the on-site team confirmed through discussions with a full range of authorities, including those involved in the ongoing national risk assessment process, that Jamaica has a robust and comprehensive understanding of its MLTF risks, including emerging and evolving risks. Another person quoted said, the on-site team noted that in several cases, Jamaica's framework provides an example of global good practice. Another person, yes. Another person commented, Jamaica has demonstrated, and these are public comments for all countries of the world gathered to hear. Jamaica has demonstrated a strong and high-level political commitment to sustain improvements to its AML-CFT regime. The Minister of Finance confirmed the government's commitment to sustaining and developing Jamaica's AML-CFT framework and to continuing and to even improve after completion of the FATF process. And another person said, the on-site team found that the required AML-CFT CPF reforms and measures are fully in place in Jamaica and that implementation is being sustained. Madam Speaker, the conclusions from the FATF Joint Group endorse the sustainability of the measures that Jamaica has implemented in modernizing its AML-CFT architecture. This achievement is one that this government is committed to sustaining and building on, and I believe this Parliament is.
The member's time for speaking has expired. House Leader.
Madam Speaker, the member's time having been expired, I beg to move that it be extended by 10 minutes to allow him to complete his presentation.
Question is that the member's time be extended by no more than 10 minutes to complete Minister statement by Minister. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and colleagues. Madam Speaker, the modernization of our AML-CFT regime will allow Jamaica to close an extremely edifying chapter. It has also afforded us a springboard to ensure that our AML-CFT infrastructure is always up to date, relevant, and tailored to our circumstances. A framework that will support our broad-based economic program and allow for greater financial inclusion. Madam Speaker, this framework will serve us well as we continue to develop our financial services, our legal structure, and our law enforcement services, such that we're in a good position to meet any future evaluations. Madam Speaker, this government will ensure that the laws and regulations that are promulgated on a timely basis, and will continue to support the various agencies, including the National Anti-Money Laundering Committee that reports directly to me. We are committed to continuing and ramping up the use of technology in important infrastructure, such as electronic registries, supervisory technologies, and a centralized electronic identification database that would allow for an ease in accessing financial services. Importantly, this will help us to continue understanding the ever-evolving nature of MLTF-PF risks so that we can put the necessary measures in place to appropriately mitigate and manage them. Madam Speaker, we have already commenced the work to promulgate the necessary legislation to allow us to become compliant with the 3 recommendations with which we are partially compliant. Madam Speaker, we are committed to bring to this Honourable House legislation to be promulgated for the regulation of virtual assets and their service providers. Virtual assets include things like cryptocurrencies and other such token currencies, Madam Speaker, which we have to ensure are brought under the auspices of regulation, not with only a law passed, but with a law being implemented long before our 5th round evaluation. There will also be provisions to make the now voluntary registration of nonprofit organizations. So today, nonprofit organizations have a choice to register or not. The amendments that will be required to be made is for it to be mandatory for nonprofit organizations to be registered. And we also have to ensure that the appropriate regulations are in place for targeted financial sanctions related to the proliferation of weapons of mass destruction and its financing, in keeping with our obligations to comply with the United Nations Security Council resolutions. Madam Speaker, Jamaica is fully committed to ensuring that the region's image in the global fight is elevated, and this, Madam Speaker, will be a personal goal and a national goal as Jamaica assumes the chairmanship of CFATF in December 2024, and as such will be hosting CFATF's 59th plenary right here in Jamaica in December of this year. As I mentioned earlier in concluding, Madam Speaker, Jamaica will undergo its 5th round of mutual evaluations in mid-2026, for which preparation has already started. In this regard, the various pieces of legislation that I referred to above will have to be in place by latest 1st quarter of 2025 for them to be considered as being in effect for the purposes of mutual evaluation. I'll therefore be seeking the support of my cabinet colleagues and the members of this House in getting these pieces of legislation passed in time for them to be considered in our 5th round mutual evaluation. It's teamwork, Madam Speaker. We're going to need the team across government to work so that we can get them here in time. Madam Speaker, Jamaica is committed to showing the world that whatever we put our minds to, we can accomplish. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Member from St. Andrews South.
Southeast. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I too would like to join in commending the public servants across the government who have played a critical role in moving us along to the stage where we are off the grey list. The question I would ask of you, Minister, while I understand that this is a multi-agency and department approach, what is the institutional capacity of the main body which reports to you in monitoring, ensuring compliance? Do we have the adequate personnel and resources so that we can continue this trajectory so that we are fully off the gray list?
Minister.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We're fully off the grey list now, fully. Okay. So the NAMLAC is a coordinating body responsible for ensuring that we are compliant. And it consists of the heads of all the entities that I mentioned earlier. And the purpose of it is to make sure that the action items that we have to complete are completed on time. So that we have had, over the past 4 years, regular meetings, agenda, where we have follow-up on commitments made by each member of the NAMLAC to get certain work done between the last meeting and the meeting that is now in session, so to speak. So it's play the role of coordination across the public service to ensure that all the action items can be implemented. We have a secretariat for the NAMLAC at the Bank of Jamaica, and the secretariat is staffed with personnel who are able to follow up in between meetings. The Bank of Jamaica has done some recruiting, and we are fortunate to bring back home some high-level technical resources, Jamaican-made, Jamaican-born, that have worked in this space in the region for a number of years, and will now, as at July, started working at the Bank of Jamaica. So we are shoring up the technical capacity in the BOJ, and remember, the policy falls under the Ministry of Finance and the Public Service. The BOJ, being a regulator of commercial banks, has a vested interest, and so we have the NAMLAC Secretariat there, and we've been beefing up resources technically there. But we also are going to have to beef up resources at our agencies. So you take, for example, and I'm going beyond the scope of your question, but I want to make sure that, Jamaica has, IRD licenses that are outstanding. And we expect at some point those persons to apply to become, we'll have at some point our first casino operator in Jamaica. We have to make sure that when that comes on stream, that doesn't introduce risks that we are not prepared for. So ensuring that the Casino Gaming Commission, which is obviously operated under the auspices of the BGLC, that the regulatory body goes through the appropriate training, exchange of information, etc., is important, and that is underway. We've had a number of technical exchanges with other casino regulators as that body gets prepared. So it is a continuous process. The coordination of NAMLAC is important, but equally important is making sure that the various regulatory bodies keep up to speed and are properly resourced to implement as is required.
Opposition Leader.
Madam Speaker, I can imagine the relief that the Minister felt when it was decided that Jamaica was off the grey list. This matter of trying to comply with the FATF requirements in relation to anti-money laundering and countering terrorism financing and the proliferation of weapons of mass destruction is an ongoing process. It's a relay. I remember when we were in government, the inordinate amount of time that is spent developing legislation or amendments to legislation and other arrangements within the public sector in order to meet what is often a shifting and evolving set of requirements. The goalposts are not static, they keep moving. I remember we had to pass legislation dealing with UN sanctions and their immediate implementation in Jamaica against sanctions relating to terrorism financing. We had to amend the Securities Act extensively, including putting limits on cash transactions. We had to put in a regime that allowed designated non-financial institutions to be regulated by the appropriate bodies. And of course, that was resisted by some of those sectors of the economy, ultimately unsuccessfully, and they're all now required. And I don't know whether the sectors that are caught by this may expand over time as well. I think it was 5 or so sectors back then: legal profession, the accounting profession, real estate dealers, and gaming operators, and so on. So it's a relay that has been run, and the minister got a difficult baton change when as he described it, somewhat arbitrary shift was made in some boardroom or conference room many thousands of miles away as to how you measure who has to comply with the regional bodies or is monitored and evaluated regionally, and who is monitored and evaluated centrally in Europe. And we and Barbados were shifted into a different realm, and no doubt a more rigorous realm, and you had to deal with that. Anyway, I mean, one of the downsides of this is, of course, in the rush to comply, you know, you're introducing a massive new rules covering different areas, and sometimes the legislation has glitches in it. For my part, I recently, as an attorney, had to pay close attention to some of the definitions in the Companies Act that have been introduced as part of this exercise, and there are some problematic features in that. You know, some law firms no longer form companies because the amendments to the Trust and Corporate Service Providers legislation, which was really part of, when that was originally passed, it was part of the suite of legislation to promote Jamaica as an international financial center, which was a new industry that was being pioneered, as it were. Became now, because of these requirements that we had to comply with as a country, became much more focused on dealing with these issues of money laundering and what have you. And some of the rules that are now in place make it very burdensome, quite frankly, for persons who are regarded forming companies or doing trust business as routine, bread and butter, largely uncomplicated matters, suddenly find themselves having to be separately licensed to do that, pay license fees, develop business plans, put in place a whole host of internal arrangements to comply. And many of us decided it's not worth it, and now we're going to have to try and outsource those services. So even the way in which the amendments to the Charities Act were passed, you know, some of those are very onerous for small charities. And, you know, one wonders whether these people who come up with these things in first world environments are mindful of the size of, you know, charitable organizations, for example, in Jamaica that may be handling very modest endowments, but doing important work. And to put a whole load of regulation on them, you know, it's often beyond their means to comply with it. So I'm hoping that there is some opportunity and space for looking over some of the things that have been done over in the past, which were done to meet these requirements, and fix those things. I'm sure you'll be very mindful that you don't want to do anything that might, reverse the decision that was made. But on the other hand, you know, we can't just operate with rules that don't quite work or create problems, and we must have some sovereignty to make sure our affairs are cohesive. Yeah. And as I've said, this is a relay, and I very much expect the next leg of the relay will be run by us. So, and you can clap that, you can clap that. And, you know, we will appreciate the efforts that have been made, especially in the difficult circumstances of the last 4 years, in terms of, no doubt, building out the capacity for dealing with this. Because when we were in government dealing with it, it was really the lawyer at BOJ who kind of monitored what was going on and prompted you with an email every now and then and said, this is coming, we have to deal with it. But I think as a result of what happened 4 years ago, you had to build out a much more robust cadre of persons attending to these issues. The three that remain outstanding, two of them I think will be largely uncontroversial because they're not really terribly relevant to what's happening now anyway, but they're on the list and we have to deal with it. But the one dealing with nonprofits is going to affect a lot of people. So I would ask you, Minister, please, if you can, bring that early to the House so we don't have to rush it through and we can actually read it and, you know, cogitate, consult with stakeholders properly and avoid something passing which is problematic insofar as it probably may not need to be if we have a little time to work on it together. So, Minister, this is an ongoing process, bit burdensome but unavoidable. Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Speaker, I think the question for me, just trying to tie up what has been said previously, is whether there is, Minister, could you answer the question when you come to respond? Is there, what might be useful for us and persons in the society to try to understand this process is whether there's an impact, any impact analysis of these regulations, burdensome as they are, that are available, that are done as part of this process, and whether that could be made available as we go along, because it costs a lot. The adjustments that we've had to make in institutional building and capacity building and personnel, is there, when they promulgate these regulations, do they not, as first world countries tend to do, with it, have an impact assessment? What is the likely impact, particularly on cost, of these regulations for countries like ourselves?
Minister.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thanks for the contribution of the two members, the Leader of Opposition and the member from Western St. Andrew. It's certainly the case that the amendments to legislation and new legislation that we've had to introduce in order to complete our action plan, right? It's a society that's not a totally formal society. And it's also a small society. So the technical resources available are not, and it's a developing society. So the number of accountants per capita in Jamaica would be lower than the amount of accountants in Canada, per capita in Canada, the number of lawyers in law. And so, yes, especially for things like charities that you mentioned, that small size presents us with a challenge with complying with the letter of the international standards and with our reality. The strategy, though, has to be to first make sure that we are in the right as far as the global standards are concerned, and then find ways to make sure that we maintain that standing while without losing that, making arrangements that might be more appropriate for the reality of a small island developing state. The question that you had about costs, I mean, it's actually the other way around. I mean, the costs of being out of compliance with the FATF standards to the level that you're on a grey list, we haven't documented them, but those costs are no doubt, substantial. And many of the challenges that we've had in banking that we have often mentioned in this House have stemmed from the things that we have had to do, or the banks have to do to satisfy their corresponding banks, who, seeing Jamaica as grey listed, require a higher degree of diligence in order to transact with Jamaica. Yeah, so that is a huge cost to be outside. But, yeah, the examples that the Leader of Opposition cited with how it has impacted the behavior of professionals who are involved in the business of starting companies and how it is a reality. And certainly with the law to come to make it mandatory that charities register, I certainly understand the impact that's likely to have, given that many charities on an annual basis, operate with $10 to $12 million or less, right? $15 million or less. And with that, how are you going to procure accounting services, legal services, audit, right? And still be able to uphold a charitable purpose? That is a reality that we are going to have to, that's a bridge we have to cross. Not today, but a bridge that we no doubt have to cross. Yeah, the idea is to comply first. So I know that my colleagues, the OPC, right, remember Malahu? That those three pieces that we have, we're going to work together as a team to make sure we can get it here as soon as practically possible. We'll try not to, certainly given that we're already in August, or in July rather, it's likely that it, won't make it to the House with months to spare. Might be a week or two, or 3, 4, if we're lucky. So with that, Madam Speaker, thank you very much.
Madam Speaker,
House Leader.
the Minister of Finance has a second statement, a brief one, and after which the Prime Minister will make his statement. May it please you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, House Leader. Minister of Finance and the Public Service.
Madam Speaker, following on the update on the exiting the FATF grey list, this development is directly related, Madam Speaker, and I have the privilege of updating the members of this Honourable House on the work being done to address and relieve a long-standing pain point for consumers of financial services in Jamaica. And in doing so, I'll speak to an initiative being pursued in the area of banking services that has the potential to revolutionize the sector and bestow greater power and benefits on financial consumers. Madam Speaker, imagine for a moment a Jamaica where opening a bank account is as straightforward and seamless as passing through a modern airport immigration. The idea is to use technology to streamline and thereby simplify the process for opening a bank account. It will also make it easier for every Jamaican wishing to do so to be able to switch their account to the bank offering the best services and products. Achieving this vision requires the development and implementation of an electronic Know Your Customer, or eKYC, registry in Jamaica. In such a system, the customer information that is required for various banking transactions is stored digitally in a database that is kept securely and confidentially by a central trusted authority. When a customer is conducting business with any financial institution, that institution can access the customer's information immediately, verify that that person is exactly who they say they are, and complete their transaction in minutes, not days or not weeks. I'm pleased to report, Madam Speaker, that the Bank of Jamaica is currently leading an initiative to develop a centralized electronic Know Your Customer public utility system with a minimum viable product expected to be realized within the next 2 years. This system will achieve several objectives. By empowering account holders, it will boost competition within the banking sector, realize essential national digital and financial inclusion goals, while at the same time modernizing regulatory oversight. This simplification will also boost compliance with anti-money laundering and countering the financing of terrorism laws and regulations across the financial sector. It has advantages for commercial banks too. As for them, it will result in a reduction in operational and administrative costs related to compliance management. Madam Speaker, in illustrating the usefulness of the eKYC registry, let us remind ourselves what happens now when someone wants to open a bank account in Jamaica. 1, the customer goes into a bank and indicates that they wish to open an account. 2, the person completes and submits a customer information form. 3, they then submit all relevant documents, government ID, TRN, proof of address, and sometimes, Madam Speaker, even though it is unnecessary, they even ask for name, address, and telephone of two references. The bank conducts its verification procedures. The bank classifies and rates the customer based on the information details, and the bank activates the accounts after several days. Madam Speaker, by contrast, what the eKYC seeks to achieve is a shorter, smoother, simpler, and hassle-free experience by the customer. When the system comes on stream, key customer identification will be uploaded to a centralized database to establish identity. The customer submits one form of identification at any bank to initiate the process. The customer identity is verified. The account is activated without significant hassle and within a short period. And in some cases, a customer's assessed risk may trigger the requirement for additional customer due diligence. A revolutionary change, Madam Speaker. By collaborating with deposit-taking institutions and utilizing KYC information currently dispersed among public sector entities, the BOJ will utilize opportunities presented by the 2019 amendments to the Proceeds of Crime Act. These amendments facilitate the sharing of KYC information across banks. As a result, the eKYC utility will streamline and expedite the processes of identifying, verifying, and maintaining customer identities within the financial services sector. This will greatly enhance customer experience and significantly improve AML-CFT compliance at both the entity and national levels. In tabling the report on the confirmation and extension of the 4% to 6% inflation target, I indicated the constraints that the BOJ faces in pursuing its inflation mandate and communicated my commitment to supporting efforts to address these constraints. This is one such initiative that will assist. It will boost competition in the banking sector by making it easier for persons to move accounts, thereby enhancing the effectiveness of monetary policy by enabling customers to move their accounts from one bank to another. In summarizing the benefits, Madam Speaker, for customers, there will be faster opening through a simplified process and an ease of switching banks in search of better service, more favorable rates, and better financial products. Customers will experience improved security, Madam Speaker, through enhanced security measures for customer data, ensuring that sensitive information is stored securely and accessed only by authorized parties. This will help to protect customers' privacy and mitigate the risk associated with identity theft and fraud. For the people of Jamaica, the benefit is there will be improved financial inclusion by easier access to financial services, which will promote economic development, enhanced anti-fraud measures, better protection against identity theft, accelerated digital adoption, and rapid deployment of digital initiatives, and improved customer experience. For financial institutions, the benefits will be a reduction in manual KYC processes, faster customer onboarding, quick access to verified KYC data, reduced compliance risks, and supporting consistent and accurate customer due diligence processes. For the regulators, Madam Speaker, there will be the benefit of enhanced oversight and will enable us to achieve better compliance with AML-CFT commitments. There will be standardized compliance across the sector, consistent KYC processes across financial institutions, alignment with FATF, and strengthened efforts against money laundering and terrorist financing. In moving forward, the Bank of Jamaica will be consulting widely with the financial sector. Support for research and framework is being provided by the World Bank. The process will involve some legislative changes and interagency collaboration. Madam Speaker, the eKYC centralized registry represents a significant step forward in modernizing Jamaica's financial services sector. It offers substantial benefits across the board, from improving customer experiences to enhancing regulatory oversight and compliance. This initiative will ultimately contribute to a more competitive, efficient, and secure financial ecosystem in Jamaica. I will keep this Honourable House updated on the timelines and progress of this worthwhile initiative. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker, this is something that we would obviously support. I would ask the Minister, however, given all the things that the BOJ has to do, in particular the new Twin Peaks regulation, which by itself is a monumental task to accomplish in the next 2 to 3 years, what is the capacity of the BOJ to implement this? And is it envisioned that the central trusted authority would be the BOJ, or would that be outsourced to possibly a private entity on a fee basis that the banks would have to charge? We obviously support this. It's something long overdue, but I just wonder, given all the other competing priorities that the central bank has, whether it has the resources and the capacity to implement this in a timely fashion.
Madam Speaker, I thank the member for the opposition's full-throated support. I just hope that he, had spoken to the leader. You're supposed to laugh. You're supposed to laugh. All right. I am happy, Madam Speaker, for the opposition's... Madam Chair. So, this statement is linked with the previous statement, and the challenges of the small island developing state in this modern complex world is that we have to ride and chew gum at the same time. The Leader of Opposition spoke about how the standards and regulations that we have to comply with as promulgated by FATF sometimes introduce onerous burdens for informal communities, for small societies, and poor countries. An example of that would be what we had to do with the Proceeds of Crime Act under a previous administration, which led to, or one of the effects of that, was that banks' requirements for opening accounts, the threshold rose, right? And for some people it became onerous. The innovation around that is not to not comply with the FATF standards. But what we did was to introduce an amendment in 2019, and maybe this is what can happen in the future in other areas, which allowed for small value accounts below a certain level, which we can prove doesn't pose any money laundering risks, for those to be opened under lesser threshold requirements. But that is not enough. We have to go further, and using technology here would allow us to maintain compliance with the FATF standards, but decrease the frustration on the part of Jamaicans. The question is a good one, whether or not the capacity exists to do all of these things at the same time. We're going to have to be implementing a resolution regime, which that was tabled in the Senate 2 weeks ago, and that at some point has to be passed and has to be implemented. With the central bank taking charge of that, we're going to be implementing Twin Peaks, and we're going to be doing this e-registry. It's a lot of work to be done over a brief period of time with essentially the same people. Ministry of Finance working on the policy aspects, along with the BOJ working on the implementation. The short answer to your question, member, is that Jamaica, we don't have a choice. We're going to have to do all of those, work on all of those streams at the same time, and the recruitment of talented people into the public service continues as a result. We need a technical talent. Our compensation restructuring was done with that in mind, to ensure that we can have a better chance of attracting the technical talent we need to get the enormous work of government, the enormous work of modernization of the Jamaican state and of reform of the Jamaican state, for that to continue. Madam Speaker, in terms of the location of the centralized authority for the customer due diligence information, we haven't gone to that level of detail yet as to where it will be. What happens in developing countries is that, you know, you tend to tap your trusted, highly resourced, well-developed institutions rather than, you know, to try something new in an untested area. So it's possible that it could be the BOJ, it's possible that it could be outside. We'll make that decision in consultation with the banking sector. At the end of the day, this has to be a collaborative effort, because it's going to be a change of working for them. And you can understand if one may want to drag their feet on this, because it's going to subject them to more competition. Because once the eKYC database is in place, you're going to be able to move your account at the drop of a hat. Yeah, because the only thing that stops the movement of account is the process of opening the account, and the big hurdle to opening the account for a person, even anybody in this room, is the KYC process. And so once that's central, and you'd have to reproduce it, you'd have to come up with another letter, come up with a birth certificate. So it's a potentially revolutionary change, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Minister, let me start out by saying how welcoming I am for this initiative. But, Minister, amid my delight is much sadness. Over 2 years ago, the governor of the Bank of Jamaica was asked in this parliament about implementing the very same thing that you are announcing today. And a mountain of excuses and explanations were given why it could not be done. That was what was stated to us here. It could not be done. The urgency of it then was to afford portability of accounts across banks and to allow for more competition for depositors, account holders in the banks. And the Bank of Jamaica resisted it. So while we are celebrating its commencement, no, welcome that. We are so many years behind when we could have been further down the road and lessen the difficulties and frustration that many of our account holders experience, our business operators encounter on a day-to-day basis. So there's a much of catching up that needs to be done. Timeline, my colleague asked a question about the timeline. It would be useful, Minister, if you give us at least some indicative timeline to work with, rather than to say soon. You know, that word is kind of getting a little scary. We don't know how soon that's what we. So if you could give some indicative time for, well, I might have missed it, but, you know, please remind me. The other question, Minister, is the question of consultation. Quite often, even recently with the ATM standards by the BOJ, consultation only involved the banks. And no consultation included those who are using the ATM machines, the consumers themselves. I will hope that in this process, the consultation with stakeholders is not restricted to the banks, but also include the business sector, include ordinary citizens, so that their concerns can be integrated in the proposed legislation that would be forthcoming. But I must close by saying, to underscore on the point you made, Minister, it will allow for more inclusiveness, get more people to get more people involved. And I must tell you, Minister, quite frankly, given the resistance that the BOJ, abstinence of the BOJ in going this road, great supervision of the BOJ will be required in making sure that this happens and with much expediency. Thank you.
House Leader, there's one more question.
Yeah, I do.
Yeah.
I just wanted to make sure that I had permission to speak, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I note the purpose of what we are addressing here, but I had a related question that I wanted to ask. Simply put, this is including technology and making opening accounts simpler, which is very good. And I had my moving accounts here, and also opening and moving accounts easier. That's fine. I was wondering, though, Minister, where in this or when we would also see some actions that are also aimed at protecting consumers against financial cybercrimes. Because you would also understand that the more technology that you introduce, which is what is required as we are in that digital era, but I don't think that we have looked to protect our consumers in terms of financial cybercrimes. I think too much is placed on the consumer, and I was wondering when would that part be addressed.
One quick question. Minister, this announcement is very glowing as to the wonderful things that this will achieve some 2 years down the line or maybe longer. You know, and in the meantime, account holders or would-be account holders will have to continue to comply with what exists now. So I will defer my warm feeling of joy until I see really how this rolls out, especially given all the other things you have on your plate. One question I had for you, Minister, is this. In terms of opening an account with a bank as a first-time person, if your data is not yet in this eKYC registry, you're going to have to go through the process of diligence, of vetting the documentation that is required, if references are required, or all of that's going to have to happen. That will have to be scanned and uploaded into this registry and so on. So opening of accounts is going to continue to be a process that due diligence is applied to in a fairly rigorous way, as I understand it, because if we didn't do that, we would be clearly non-compliant. I mean, what hopefully this will do is facilitate the moving of accounts and the deepening of competition in the banking sector in particular. Of course, issues arise depending on how meticulous or officious this thing is being monitored. You know, somebody's driver's license is in the system, but it has expired. The one in the system has expired or is about to, and you're moving, and they say, oh no, you have to go put an updated one in the system, and you can't open the account until that's happened. There will be these sort of things that will continue to exist, you know. But overall, the point made about cybersecurity, protecting people's private information from being disclosed publicly from a database within the public sector that is supposed to be confidential. These are real issues which recent events have shown to be particularly poignant here. So the issues that you raised are extremely relevant, and I'd like to hear your response to give the assurance on that. Yeah.
Minister, please respond.
Madam Speaker, Madam Speaker, I thank the members for their contributions. I have to, I'm glad, I'm happy, Madam Speaker, to, Madam Speaker, I'm happy to have the support of the opposition on this very important initiative that has the potential of revolutionizing the banking experience for Jamaicans. The member from South St. Catherine, Mr. Jackson. Jackson, Fitz. I used to Fitz. That was right. Am I right? Make sure I get it right. I have to take issue with your characterization. I do not recall, and I don't believe that Hansard will support your claim that the Bank of Jamaica said that this could not happen. They may have said that it is something that they're working on. No. Okay, let me just say something to you. And I also have to take issue. Okay, I hear you. To take issue with your comment that this, Madam Speaker, is an initiative that the BOJ is working on and that the BOJ has ownership of and that the BOJ is committed to. They're working with the Ministry of Finance. Clearly, there are legislative requirements that are going to be necessary, and the Ministry of Finance, obviously, will do what it needs to do. But this is not something that we need to be pushing on to the BOJ. The BOJ is seized of this issue. Recall that they have a mandate in law to pursue low, stable inflation. And so far, they've been doing a good job. To do a better job, the monetary transmission network of the country is going to have to be improved, which means that there has to be a greater responsiveness to the policy rate of the central bank. One of the reasons why that doesn't happen today is that banks are comfortable that they made one potential explanation is that banks don't need to respond to the policy rates as quickly because their customers are not going to move anyway. In an environment where you take banks of equal strength and one bank is responding to the policy rate but another is not, then making it easier for customers to move their accounts means that the bank that might be normally unresponsive will be more responsive. And as a result of that, the Bank of Jamaica has a vested interest in getting this done, and I want to assure you the governor will be here himself within the next week or two, assure you that this is a commitment of the BOJ and one that they don't need any, this is something that they want to get done, and with our support, we will get done. Madam Speaker, the comment of the Leader of the Opposition about existing account holders or persons between now and when this comes into effect, and member from South St. Catherine, I did give the timeline of about 2 years. So the Leader of the Opposition asked within that period, or made a comment within that period, people have to live with the existing regime. I want to recall that a year ago, or it might have been 2 years ago, we introduced, with the support of the BOJ, the opportunity for persons to open accounts under very simplified due diligence requirements if the accounts are going to have balances that are under $250,000, right? So under $250,000, you don't have to go through the usual requirements. You can open your bank account very easily. And we should broadcast, want everybody to know that this facility exists. Already, we've had a couple 10,000 of persons, as reported to me, who have opened this account, but the potential of it is far greater than that. along the lines of the previous conversation about FATF, just taking this stream of work, when we originally introduced the standards back in a previous administration, it was introduced without regard to size. A later amendment, in keeping with the risk-based supervisory tenet of the FATF framework. So the FATF framework is not about scrutinizing for scrutinizing's sake. It's for scrutinizing where risks are likely to lie. And as a result of that, we were able to amend the POCA Act to facilitate the central bank designating accounts that are less than $250,000 as low-risk accounts, and therefore the due diligence requirements are substantially reduced for those. The question from the member from Southwest St. Andrew, Ms. Brown-Burke, Mrs. Doctor. People listening don't know Southwest St. Andrew. You know, that's a problem. That's a problem. People have to know I'm responding to her. Yes, but the public may not know. Okay. The member of Southwest St. Andrew asked a very good question about the emerging threat, the growing threat of cyber crime. Cybersecurity as an umbrella topic is within the Ministry of Digital Transformation, but indeed, cyber affects the financial services disproportionately. As a result, we have been spending through our regulators larger and larger sums to buy the technology protection against cyber threats and cyber crimes. So when you talk about protecting consumers, what we are doing, what the regulators are doing, in this case the BOJ and the FSC, they're procuring the software systems, establishing the relationships, and in some cases procuring the hardware that is required to keep us up to speed, not to keep our systems safe. They're also establishing redundancies to the extent that our server is compromised, a redundancy exists elsewhere. But I want you to, that we take cyber security as a major threat. If you look in the budget on the capital expenditure over the last few years, you'll see a big line item for cyber. It's been about $1 billion a year, not in the Ministry of Finance, but at the control centers in the Ministry of Defense and Ministry of National Security. And if I may add, on behalf of the DPM, MOCA has established a major entity. So that is it, Madam Speaker, and I thank you and thank members of the House.
Thank you. House Leader.
Madam Speaker, the final statement by Minister today will be from our Prime Minister, the Most Honorable Andrew Holness. May it please you, Madam Speaker.
Next will be a statement by our Prime Minister, Honorable Prime Minister.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Last week, we were impacted by Hurricane Beryl, a record-breaking hurricane. On the 30th of June, Beryl became the earliest Category 4 hurricane on record. It broke the record set by Hurricane Dennis, which became a Category 4 storm on July 8, 2005. On July 2, Beryl also broke the previous record for the earliest Category 5 hurricane by more than 2 weeks. That record was set by Hurricane Emily on July 17, 2005, which culminated in one of the most catastrophic seasons on record. Beryl became a hurricane at longitude 49.3 degrees west, the farthest east an Atlantic hurricane had formed in the tropics, which is north of latitude 23.5 degrees north. If measured straight east from the southern tip of Florida, that's almost 2,000 miles in the Atlantic. Just the significance of that, Madam Speaker, is to show how early the hurricane has formed, but that the conditions exist in the Atlantic for a hurricane to form, and not just form, but to rapidly increase in power. So if there is anything that it shows, Madam Speaker, is that our climate is changing. Between June 2029 and June 30th, Beryl's maximum sustained winds increased by 65 miles per hour over 24 hours, the fastest intensification over a 24-hour period for any Atlantic named storm that early in the calendar year. The previous record of 65 miles over 24 hours was Bertha on July, and that was between July 6th and 7th in 2008. Bertha. In fact, there was only 3 other storms known to have strengthened from a tropical depression to Category 4 in less than 48 hours. Keith on September 30th, 2000, Wilma in October 2005, and Delta in 2020. The number of days Beryl spent as a major hurricane, that is Category 3 or higher, was a recorded 4.5 days. The previous record was Emily in 2005, which lasted for 4.25 days as a major hurricane. Beryl is still an active system, and yesterday made landfall in Texas as a Category 1 hurricane, causing near-record flooding in the Houston area and leaving over 2 million persons in Texas without electricity. Category 1.
Category 1.
Category 1. Category 1. Madam Speaker, I highlight these facts to demonstrate 2 things. First, the evidence of the adverse effects of climate change is definite and unmistakable. Climate change is not something that is going to happen in the future. Climate change is happening now, and we are experiencing the impact of it today. Second, it is only the grace and mercy of God that we were spared the worst effects of the hurricane, which has been variously described as a glancing blow. For that, this Parliament and all of Jamaica must be grateful to God Almighty. Madam Speaker, we had a number of parishes suffering limited or minor damage, while others, to which the center of the hurricane had the closest approach, suffering extensive damage. Madam Speaker, let me express condolences to the families here and in the wider Caribbean who lost loved ones. We continue to pray for their strength at this time. Since the passing of the hurricane, starting on Thursday, I have conducted an aerial tour of some of the most affected areas of the country, and I have visited some of the most affected areas of the country and witnessed the scale of the destruction in those areas firsthand. Thousands of homes have either been completely destroyed or severely damaged. In some cases, entire communities rendered homeless. Families are now grappling with the loss of their most basic shelter, facing the daunting task of rebuilding from scratch. In terms of infrastructure, our roads, bridges, and essential public facilities have sustained severe damage. The country's road network has been significantly affected. The NWA's preliminary assessment to our main road network totals 10.25 billion Jamaican dollars. There are approximately 25,000 kilometers of roads that connect the country. 5,000 kilometers are main roads, while the remaining 20,000 kilometers are parochial roads. While the data and information are still being collected in the field, the preliminary assessment is that over 500 parochial roads have been affected in various degrees. So, Madam Speaker, in terms of the level of repair that will be needed and the cost, it is significant to our main road networks. We are still tallying the damage to the parochial roads, and as I give regular updates, these figures will become available. Many areas remain inaccessible, complicating our relief efforts, but I should say, Madam Speaker, that the NWA advised me that there were 200 main corridors that were blocked, and all blocked main corridors at least have been afforded single-lane passage. Now, the destruction of infrastructure has disrupted access to critical services, including healthcare. Approximately 38% of our public hospitals sustained damage, including major infrastructural damage, mainly roof damage, requiring relocation of patients. A detailed report, including infrastructure damage to the health facilities of the country, was compiled with the total estimated cost to repair those damage, reported to be in excess of 1.8 billion Jamaican dollars. In terms of utilities, Madam Speaker, the hurricane caused widespread outages of electricity, water, and telecommunication services. The absence of these essential services has exacerbated the suffering of our people, who are struggling to cope with the immediate aftermath of the storm. In terms of livelihood, agricultural lands, fisheries, and small businesses have been severely impacted. These sectors, which form the backbone of our economy, have suffered immense losses, leaving many without a means to support their families. Madam Speaker, I toured several fishing villages between St. Elizabeth and Clarendon, and all of the various sheds, the storage areas for the boats and nets, their cold storage and refrigeration, all of that is destroyed. So we are going to have to find resources to assist the fishers in these specifically damaged communities. And it is clear, Madam Speaker, that several small enterprises, small shops, corner shops, those were destroyed in those areas, and we will have to find resources to assist those persons as well. Madam Speaker, the scale of the damage that I witnessed was only worsened by the heavy rains associated with the tropical wave that passed over Jamaica a few days after the main impact of Beryl. Madam Speaker, Hurricane Beryl has tested our resilience, but it has also highlighted our strength and unity as a nation. Together, we are determined to rebuild not just for today, but for a sustainable and resilient future. Today, I will provide this House with an update on the actions that the government has taken thus far and our plans for going forward with our relief efforts. Madam Speaker, even before the hurricane hit, the government acted decisively to mitigate the impact and initiate recovery efforts. We used the Disaster Risk Management Act very sparingly, Madam Speaker. Our approach has been multifaceted, focusing on immediate relief, security, and the restoration of essential services. If you look at security, Madam Speaker, I think the government has done very well. To maintain order and prevent opportunistic crimes such as looting, we implemented island-wide curfews between 6 a.m. and 6 p.m. on Wednesday, July 3rd, and between 11 p.m. and 6 a.m. on the night of July 3rd as well. This measure has been effective in safeguarding properties and ensuring that our citizens were safe, particularly those who lived in vulnerable areas. Madam Speaker, there was some loss of life. We haven't published a final tally, but we know that at least 2 persons died as a result of the passage of the storm. One from the constituency of the leader of the opposition, and three. You have one in Hanover, one in St. James, right, 3, and one in your South St. Andrews. Madam Speaker, the measures worked, and I must take the opportunity to express condolences to the families of those who perished in the storm, but also to say, Madam Speaker, that the warnings that were given, the declaration under the Emergency Management Act, they are done not to restrict your freedom, but to protect your life.
House Leader, the Prime Minister's time for speaking has expired.
Madam Speaker, the Prime Minister's time for speaking having been expired, I beg to move that his time be extended sufficiently for him to conclude the statement. May it please you, Madam Speaker.
Prime Minister, I just got a copy of your presentation. Where are you in the presentations, sir?
I'm on page 8, Madam Speaker. Well, it's a bit different print. On your print, it's 5, but on my print, it's 8. Top of page 5.
Question is that the Prime Minister be permitted 30 minutes in order to complete his presentation. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it.
I'm most grateful, Madam Speaker. Most grateful. Madam Speaker, in terms of the activation of shelters and the management of shelters, The ADPEM has on its record of shelters approximately 871 shelters, and we generally round that up sometimes to about 900. Shelters come on, shelters come off, depending on the assessment of readiness. 275 shelter facilities were activated during the hurricane. 1,876 persons accessed the shelters. There are 156 shelters still open as of yesterday. That number may be far less as of today. I had the opportunity to visit one of the shelters and saw the operation firsthand, and I must commend the shelter manager. It is clear that they are very well trained. They understand what their role is. The shelters are not places of luxury, Madam Speaker. We know that, and the people who are there will not have the best convenience. But the truth is, they are safe from the elements. They have a regular schedule for food and water, and they make the best of it. And the shelter managers, plus the other entities that serve the shelters, they try their best to make them comfortable. And the idea, Madam Speaker, is to not have the shelters operate for very long. So you want the shelters to just provide that initial intervention, that initial safe space until the longer-term relief and recovery is available. The fact that we are able to have the number of centers essentially shows that the relief and recovery effort is moving apace. Madam Speaker, we took into consideration prevention of price gouging. We issued an order under the Trade Act to prevent price gouging on essential goods. We are closely monitoring market activities to ensure that unscrupulous individuals do not exploit this disaster for financial gains. Our citizens should have access to the necessary supplies at fair prices. I ask the public to report any instance of price gouging, meaning an increase in price over and above what you were paying for the same product or service before the hurricane. Report to the Consumer Affairs Commission or directly to the Ministry of Investment and Commerce. Madam Speaker, we made an initial allocation to members of Parliament. Let me rephrase that. Madam Speaker, we made an initial allocation to constituencies. That's a very important distinction. So there may be persons who are of the opinion that the Member of Parliament is in possession of funds and are able to, as if they have their own checkbook or card to do it. We have to be very clear with that, Madam Speaker, that the allocations are made through an entity called the CDF, and the CDF manages the implementation of the various projects that the Member of Parliament may recommend. Under this specific allocation, we have limited what the Member of Parliament can do with the allocation. And the allocation, that 5 million first initial, is for relief activities, generally described as welfare, food and other relief. The second is to assist with emergency shelter and roofing. We discussed where it was necessary for members of parliament to be able to assist in the clearing of roads. Some bushing may be needed. You may need to hire a chainsaw, that kind of operation. But it is not the intent that that $5 billion be used for that purpose in any significant way. Emergency, and you need to do it. You need an area cleared for an ambulance to go somewhere, for police to get access, community cut off, and you need to get supplies up to them. That is the kind of intervention. And I want all MPs to be clear about that. The other, because, Madam Speaker, though we have made the allocation, and though we have a mechanism to monitor it, I still must place on the record of the Parliament that the government is insisting that a process which is well established, well in place, be followed by all the members of Parliament. Everyone who receives a benefit must sign for it. Every MP must protect yourself by getting a receipt that you can show. And I've said it already, I'll say it again. A disaster and an emergency does not suspend accountability.
Take your time, man. Take your time. Take your time.
So as we move forward, our focus is on comprehensive relief efforts designed to provide immediate assistance and lay the groundwork for long-term recovery and resilience. Madam Speaker, today I am announcing the Relief Emergency Assistance and Community Help REACH program. Quite an apt acronym. I think it's better than Spark. Don't worry about Spark. The major element of the REACH program will include the distribution of food and essential supplies, utility, water, electricity, and telecommunications restoration, housing and reconstruction support, and economic recovery and restoration of livelihood. In terms of the distribution of food and essential supplies, Madam Speaker, the Ministry of Labour and Social Security has been distributing care packages containing tin foods, flour, rice, cooking oil, and other items through their network of social workers. These care packages contain enough food for a family of 4 days. Madam Speaker, let me repeat. These care packages contain enough food for a family of 4 for 4 days. By today, approximately 5,000 families would have received care packages. We are coordinating the continued distribution of food, water, medical sundries, and other essentials to citizens in the most affected areas. And I want to repeat that. The work is going on in the most affected areas. This includes working with organizations such as Food for the Poor, the Salvation Army, and the Red Cross to ensure that aid reaches those in need promptly. Madam Speaker, we are aware that one of the critical needs is the provision of medications, particularly medications that need refrigeration. The Ministry of Health and Wellness has issued a release providing guidance in this regard. Let me also point out that we are focused on dengue mitigation activities to ensure that we do not have an outbreak at this time. Madam Speaker, while members of Parliament must not be viewed as the first line of response in a disaster, the reality on the ground is that they are often so viewed. It is important that they be empowered to respond to the critical needs of their constituents, but not to replace the government ministries that have the line task to do so. And I think the Parliament, Madam Speaker, must affirm this. The office of the MP is not the office of social security and welfare. They are there to assist, to identify critical emergencies and move rapidly. But ultimately, it is the government bureaucracy, the civil and public service that is charged with that must respond. And it is the MPs and the ministers that hold to account the entities that have this duty to respond. And so even though in our system, MPs have taken on this first responder role, taken on and given, but it is not something that we should entrench. It is not something that we should encourage. Eventually, and I'm being very frank about it, Madam Speaker, eventually, as our country progresses, we should be retreating from that role and having a stronger oversight responsibility. But given the nature of our bureaucracy, as it is now, and as the public is expecting, we are in that state where we have to respond. But it is important that it is on the record that this is not how, in an ideal world, it should be run. Madam Speaker, we are therefore making an additional allocation, given the demands and the needs. 2 constituencies. Again, the same modality. It will go through the CDF, and this is $4 million per constituency to assist in the recovery effort. There are some conditions, as with the first. You must complete the expenditure of the first allocation. Remember, we are in a tight funding situation. We can't have allocations not used. So when you have completed, the completion means, Madam Speaker, that all the documentation that is required for the audit trail is submitted. Once that is done, then the second allocation of $4 billion per constituency will be made. This, however, will be focused mostly now on the shelter issues and the economic recovery. So we're going to be clear, we're going to send out some further directions. So the first response was the relief, the emergency relief, food, care packages, and so forth. This response now must be about helping persons to recover their roofing. And it's the emergency ones. Same process. Now, because, Madam Speaker, we are still doing assessments and we are getting a better picture as to the areas that are affected. Let me be clear. Not all areas of Jamaica have the same severity of damage. Damage was extensive, meaning that almost all parishes had some form of impact. However, there are some areas where the severity is higher, more significant. And therefore, so while we give a flat allocation to all MPs, we will give an additional $3 million to constituencies where we have the assessment that the damage is higher. So those MPs will be contacted. It is a transparent process. So it is the assessment of the ADPEM, it's the assessment of the utilities, it's the assessment of the public infrastructure, and so forth. So you will be informed if you are categorized as a constituency that is severely impacted. I want to be clear, Madam Speaker, as I am speaking about members of Parliament, the distribution of relief must be done in a non-partisan way. The distribution of relief must be done by all members of Parliament who are involved in it in a non-partisan way. There is no color or affiliation in a catastrophe and a disaster. Madam Speaker, Madam Speaker, in terms of the restoration of utilities, significant efforts have been directed towards restoring water, electricity, and telecommunication services. I want to place on record the government's appreciation for the tremendous efforts of the workers and management teams of the various public and private sector entities involved in this effort. While there is still much more to be done, these dedicated teams working around the clock have made commendable progress. In terms of electricity, the Jamaica Public Service has reported that over 84%, just over 581,000 of its customers now have electricity, and it is projecting that most of its customers will be fully restored by Saturday, July 13, forgive me. Now, if that is not a record restoration for the level, except, Madam Speaker, for customers in St. Elizabeth. Madam Speaker, the JPS reports that for St. Elizabeth, 257 poles were down, 225 insulators and cross arms were damaged, 105 conductors and 13 transformers were damaged. Restoration work in the parish is underway, but given the extent of the damage, it will require weeks to complete. Madam Speaker, I want to assure all Jamaicans that the government is monitoring the progress closely, and we will do everything possible to accelerate the timeline for restoration. I am pleased to report that this morning, some customers in St. Elizabeth have started to receive electricity. I gather that they worked very late into the night to ensure that the Black River Hospital, that service was restored to Black River. Madam Speaker, I believe I should just use this opportunity to clarify a few questions that could be described as frequently asked. Why is it that, all around me there is electricity and the 10 or so homes on my street are without? Or why is it the community that adjoins mine has and mine does not? Madam Speaker, the JPS sustained significant damage to their backbone transmission infrastructure. These are we call them the high tension wires that traverse the country going over the hills and mountains, and those broke. And so they had to repair those first, and then they would then be able to address the distribution lines. Now, not every community, even where they're adjoined, gets power from the same substation. And so one substation that serves the adjoining community may not yet be returned, while another, which is beside it, is. And so that explains sometimes. And then when you go even granular, as they mentioned, sometimes it is a transformer. Sometimes it is a circuit. A circuit may be bad in one area, which would then cause a few homes not to get. And so over time, as they go through, they will refine the system. So I ask for the patience of those, and those who have been waiting patiently, please be assured that we are moving as quickly as possible to restore your service. In terms of water, Madam Speaker, approximately 65% of NWC's customers now have water supply, up from 30% immediately after the hurricane. In a number of cases, the restoration of water supply is dependent on the restoration of electricity to power the pumps. In the meantime, the government is working on sourcing generators and trucking water. I want to spend a little time to explain to the public what we mean when we say source generators. We have not developed our water system with independent power supply. Our water system depends on the utility electricity supply. And it has served us well. The way it has operated, it has served us well. But as we seek to build resilience, and as I've said, the recovery, Madam Speaker, gives us the opportunity to make strategic decisions that will ease some of the immediate pressure, but will give us a long-term endurance to withstand and recover other shocks like Beryl that may come. So we have given a directive to the Minister without portfolio who looks about water, the Honorable Matthew Samuda, to develop a plan for us to get backup independent power supply for critical pumping stations across the island. So in the event of a loss of power, at least we would have the endurance of the system in our critical areas, for our hospitals, for our schools, our police station, critical industries like the tourism industry, the BPO industry, that these industries must run and continue to run. They operate on a zero-fail proposition. That when an investment decision is being made about Jamaica, the investors will say, yes, Jamaica has the backup systems to give the endurance and resilience. So we're going to take this opportunity to build further resilience in the NWC. In terms of telecommunications, mobile and internet connectivity have largely been restored to most urban centers. Efforts are ongoing to re-establish full coverage in rural and remote areas. Flow has reported that as at July 8, its population coverage is 81%, and Digicel has reported that its population coverage is 85%. Now, Madam Speaker, as a family, there are some matters that you don't like to wash in public. But sometimes you have to have a frank family discussion, because we cannot allow 0.5% of the population to hold the rest of the population at ransom and risk. Obviously, it's less than 0.5% of the population. I mean, but figuratively speaking, a small number of persons who would make it their industry, their business, to go and steal fuel from the generators that power the backup service for the repeaters that give all of us connectivity, online service, telephone, internet. But it's worse than that. They are stealing the batteries and stealing the generators themselves. We must call it out, because there are communities where the people know who is doing it. It is no different from the goat thief. It is no different from the people who steal the copper wires. They put our economy of the local farmer at risk. They put our telecommunication service, which gives us our security and access, at risk. And therefore, there is legislation being legislation already contemplated, but just not brought to Parliament. So the Minister of Telecommunications has been given the directive to very quickly, Minister Vaz, to bring the legislation to Parliament regarding the protection of certain infrastructure that we declare as critical. Between yourself and Minister Chan. Good. So bring that legislation to Parliament, because we cannot have these critical infrastructure being preyed upon by persons who maybe they don't even understand what they're doing. But even so, that is not an excuse. Absolutely not an excuse. And strong measures must be put in place to address it. In fact, the telecommunication companies, though they are not going to talk about it because obviously they don't want to be targeted, but what they have said is that their systems would have been far more resilient and persons would not have been cut off were it not for the fact that they took the precautionary measures of refueling before the hurricane. And on the day of refueling or shortly thereafter, they are seeing their sensors showing that the fuel is gone. I mean, it is despicable. That's the only term to describe it. So as I said, it's a family matter. We don't like to discuss it, but given the circumstances, it is important that Jamaicans understand. So the loss of your service is not incompetence or lack of care. It's sometimes the very people who are in your community that does it. Housing and construction and reconstruction, Madam Speaker. We have begun a rapid assessment of the extent of damage to housing infrastructure in the most affected parishes. We are exploring the use of drone technology to further fast-track the assessment. Based on this assessment, we will craft and announce a program to provide support to households in repairing damage to their property, roofs, housing, etc. Madam Speaker, at this point, I must emphasize the importance of maintaining the accountability for funds. While we must act quickly, we cannot suspend control and accountability of public funds. And I want to, at this point, say, Madam Speaker, the government will not be able to assist every single Jamaican that has lost their roof. The government has, no Jamaican government has ever done so. No government in the world can do so. So there has to be a process that determines who is assisted. And that process has to be absolutely transparent, because we know that somebody is going to say it's favoritism, it's some skullduggery, why this one get and that one didn't get. Which is why I'm taking the time to properly think out the system, to look at the experiences that we have had and to use what has worked in the past and what we can integrate with technology to put in place a system that will properly identify the needy beneficiary and not the greedy person. During the pandemic, Madam Speaker, we undertook the CARE program, the largest social support program in history. And we did so with no issues of accountability or accusation of partisanship. And so, Madam Speaker, we know we have the capabilities to do it. We know we have the capacity to do it. And therefore, we will ensure that this relief is non-partisan and transparent, that whoever is a beneficiary, it is clear why that person is a beneficiary. Madam Speaker, while we undertake the rapid assessment and craft a broader support program, we recognize that there are certain communities where virtually the entire housing stock has been destroyed. I have instructed the Chief of Defense Staff to mobilize the Disaster Assistance and Recovery Team, the DART team, and other supporting units, including the engineers, to cover areas such as Rocky Point, Portland Cottage, on the south coast of Jamaica, where the damage is greatest, to assist with the rebuilding and recovery. They will also be deployed in Hanover to assist with the recovery in Hanover, particularly in the town of Negril and other areas coming around to Westmoreland. The deployment in southeast Clarendon will also spill over into areas of Manchester and St. Elizabeth. So they will be deployed, yes, southwest Clarendon. So they will be deployed. In other words, they will be deployed in the space, but they will, from the space, move to other areas to assist. Their role, the initiative aims not just to rebuild, but to rebuild stronger and more resilient homes that can withstand future storms. Madam Speaker, our efforts will focus on durability and sustainability. We do not want to merely put up makeshift structures or patch up roofs in a way that leaves them vulnerable to the next storm. But more than that, Madam Speaker, in some of these areas that have been terribly affected, the longer they stay without intervention, it is the greater the potential for a break in public order. And therefore, we have to plan for that and therefore pre-deploy and pre-position resources to ensure that there is no break in public order. Madam Speaker, economic recovery and livelihoods. While our immediate efforts are focused on providing shelter and relief supplies, a sustainable recovery is only possible with the restoration of economic livelihoods. Two of the main industries in the most affected parishes are farming and fishing. We are in the process of crafting support programs for affected farmers, fishers, and small business owners. This includes providing financial aid, technical assistance, and resources to restart their operations. Further details will be announced as early as next week, Monday. But before I close on that point, Madam Speaker, I want to just quickly make a connection. The members of Parliament will have some capabilities to respond in these particular areas, in relief, in recovery, in shelter. We cannot afford duplication, which is why we ask for the records. Ensure that the records come back, because we must have a central database, which we are working on, to ensure that somebody doesn't get twice, and then right beside that person, they don't get anything. That is what is going to create in the society the sense of unfairness. So though the members of Parliament are doing their response, it is not independent of what the other entities will do. Madam Speaker, yesterday I convened a multi-agency meeting to coordinate the management of philanthropy. You know, Madam Speaker, sometimes we believe that giving is free. Giving is not free. Giving has to be managed, and you have to have systems of accountability. Because as we have seen in other disasters that have happened across the world, if the giving is not properly managed, the giving itself can create a problem. So yesterday I convened a multi-agency meeting to coordinate the management of philanthropy and relief efforts. So we are now in the process of finalizing a structure to coordinate recovery and reconstruction efforts. Once this is finalized, I will make an announcement on how the government will treat with requests for building assistance and building support and other offers that are being made. Madam Speaker, another program which I would want to outline under the REACH initiative is a national cleanup program. Let me thank all those good citizens who took it upon themselves, some of them with their own equipment, chainsaw, backhoe. That is the spirit of agency. We take responsibility for ourselves and our community, and we must encourage that. We understand that they can't do everything. So they may have a machete, they may have a chainsaw, they may have a backhoe, and some might even have trucks that are able to cart away, but most don't. And even when the public entities do the limbing and cutting up of fallen trees, they still leave them there by the wayside, awaiting the public sanitation to take it away. We must understand that the public sanitation was already under stress. And this now would be a double stress to move some of this debris, for which they are not fully provisioned. They are only now provisioned with cranes and flatbed trucks. And even so, the provision is still not sufficient for island-wide activity. So, Madam Speaker, this program will involve the NSWMA, the NWA, and the municipal authorities. It will be coordinated between the Ministry of Economic Growth and Job Creation and the Ministry of Local Government. And indeed, again, members of Parliament will be central to it, so you will be informed as to what your role is in this national cleanup. We want to get it off very quickly. By independence, the country should look clean. But we will also work very closely with the Ministry of Health, because the bulky waste, the ponds that have been created, those become breeding spaces for vectors that carry various disease. So even though it's a national program, there will still be some targeting in the program. Now, another target area would be corridors that we need to debush and prune to protect the electricity infrastructure. So we're going to be working with the JPS, who has a responsibility themselves, but we will coordinate with them to ensure that the national grid is protected. Madam Speaker, I'll spend a few minutes talking about mainstreaming climate resilience. I know it is not a sexy topic, and persons may very well wonder what is it that the Prime Minister is talking about. In fact, the average Jamaican, I'm certain they have heard me say it over and over again. Madam Speaker, while our immediate focus is on relief and our recovery,
no. House Leader, I actually stopped keeping time, so I wouldn't be able to tell you when 30 minutes came. So that was the challenge. So, Prime Minister, so yes, I stopped keeping time and got engrossed in the presentation. So my apologies, Prime Minister, and
Thank
to
you,
the
Madam
members of
Speaker.
Parliament.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, while our immediate focus is on relief and recovery, we must also look ahead to the future. We are just at the beginning of the hurricane season, which is forecast to be exceptionally active and intense. It is therefore imperative that our efforts prioritize resilience and sustainability. Our approach must be to build back stronger and better, ensuring that the infrastructure and homes we repair and rebuild today can withstand future storms. All reconstruction efforts will adhere to enhance building codes and standards designed to improve resilience against natural disasters. We will invest in robust infrastructure, including flood defense, stormwater management systems, and resilient public buildings. And I want to say here, Madam Speaker, that any aid that we give towards reconstruction and rebuilding, we must insist that the building code is followed. So the use of the hurricane straps. It was telling, Madam Speaker, that as you drove through and you looked, you can tell the roofs that had no hurricanes. It was very clear. Hurricane straps work. Yep. And so we must insist when we are doing the recovery that the basic building codes are adhered to. In terms of housing construction, we will incorporate modern sustainable practices. We will use durable materials and designs that offer greater protection against hurricanes. Additionally, we will promote the use of renewable energy sources and energy-efficient technologies in construction. In terms of our environmental management, recognizing the link between environmental health and disaster resilience, we will intensify efforts to protect and restore our natural ecosystem. This includes reforestation, coastal protection, and sustainable land use practices that reduce vulnerability to natural hazards. Madam Speaker, as you would have heard from the Minister of Finance many times, the government has implemented a multi-layered approach to disaster risk financing and risk transfer under the National Natural Disaster Risk Financing Policy. This includes establishing adequate reserves to address the cost associated with high-frequency, low-severity events such as floods and heavy rains, and transferring risks related to low-frequency, high-severity events such as major hurricanes and earthquakes through a portfolio of financing instruments. It's a mouthful, Madam Speaker, and I will take some time to explain, but let me emphasize what the Minister is saying. This government has essentially pre-financed the emergency response and recovery for natural disaster. We are meaning that we have what is called high frequency but low severity. Happens a lot, but the damage doesn't reach to the point where you would say it is a calamity. And we experience that almost every year. There is not a year since we have been government that I have not had to come to Parliament to make a report as to impact on infrastructure. But what is happening is that whether it is a high frequency or a low frequency event, the frequency is increasing. But more than that, Madam Speaker, the intensity is increasing. the severity is increasing. And that is as a result of the change in the climate. The best way to explain it, Madam Speaker, is that, you know, there was a flooding of the Spanish Town Hospital just after the hurricane, the accident and emergency, because a drain was blocked. The drain was probably blocked because of the rains before and the debris. But even if that drain was clean, there would still be some flooding because you're dealing with a soil that was already saturated from rain, and then from rain from the hurricane, and then to have a tropical depression out of nowhere comes and dumps a significant amount of water. That drain was built many decades ago. It was never sized to be able to take that amount of water. So the challenge we face, and the head of the NW has been at pains to make the point, that the infrastructure that we have is not sized to take the frequency and severity of weather events that we now experience. We are going to have to be engaged in a total reconstruction of our infrastructure to size it and align it to meet the weather challenges that we have. But the second point to be made is that we need to arrange our finances in such a way that for those high frequency, low severity events, we can finance them out of our budget. But we know they are going to come, and therefore it shouldn't be that we leave the cost only on one budget. Right. What we do is make reserves and buffers that carry us through. And where we have a low frequency, high severity event, we transfer that risk into an insurance product, whether it is a cat bond or some other form of insurance. And that is what we have done. And that is how we are financing and managing the disaster. You know, I had a discussion with the Minister of Finance this morning, and we were discussing the envelope of financing. And it was important that we discuss the envelope of financing because we must move away from the point where disasters throw off our economic targets. That has been the challenge in the past. And the minister pointed out to me that in Hurricane Ivan,
which is the worst hurricane since Gilbert,
the former Minister of Finance, Omar Davies, the headlines reported from what he said is that, I'm paraphrasing now, is that Ivan will not cause us, or we will not allow the expenditure to recover from Ivan to derail our economic targets. So the intention and the principle is not different from what we are saying now. And it is important that the country realizes this, because there is a discussion going around that when we say we have reserves and buffers, people believe that we have all kinds of money stored up and we can't spend it. The moment the reserves and buffers go, that is when you are in problems. And the country needs to appreciate the new dispensation of management of the economy in which we are. It's an entirely new dispensation of responsible management that is going to take us out of the many decades where every disaster forced us to borrow, got us into a debt trap, forced new taxes on us, and impacted our growth. We are no longer in that. And I'm speaking again to family to say, look, the old way of thinking on these things, we need to stop that now. We have a different way of managing the country. And every disaster is going to make us stronger so that we are able to recover quicker from the next disaster to come. Because the only certainty that we know is that there will be another weather event coming. Whether it is tomorrow, next week, next year, or the year after. You're going to have it. So we must plan and budget for it. Don't use up the reserves. Keep the reserves there. Because there may be one that comes that is so huge. So, God protect us and we keep praying. Absolutely. Right? Keep praying. But my school motto, prayer and work conquers all. Amen. So we pray and we do the work. So, Madam Speaker, all hands must be on deck. All hands must be on deck. Hurricane Beryl has not impacted all Jamaicans equally. Many of us have suffered minimal or no damage, while our brothers and sisters in St. Elizabeth, Clarendon, Manchester, Hanover, St. Thomas have been devastated. Now is the time for us all to come together, and particularly those of us who have been spared by God's grace and mercy, to do all we can to help our brothers and sisters in need. Yesterday, we launched the Build a Better Jamaica Fund, which has been seeded with $20 million, a donation from the NCB Foundation. The NCB Foundation has pledged to match donations up to $150 million. We also launched the Disaster Fund website, disasterfund.opm.gov.jm. Let me repeat, Disaster Fund, one word, .opm.gov.jm. Let me extend my heartfelt gratitude to the Amber Group, a team that assisted in developing the website and supporting the tech initiatives behind the development and coordination of this. And they have assisted before in national crisis. The Amber Group provided invaluable support to the country during the pandemic, and they have come through again, Madam Speaker, by developing and supporting the website at no cost. The website will serve as our centralized source to accept donations from persons who want to donate to support the national relief effort. Anyone locally or overseas with a Visa or MasterCard, debit or credit, can go on the site and make a donation. Please note that all electronic donations made via the website will go directly to the ODPEM account established for this purpose. Madam Speaker, one of the reasons we established this official website is to provide assurance to persons who want to donate that their donations are going to the right place and will be put to good use. Again, I emphasize to persons who wish to donate, please make sure you go to the correct website, disasterfund.opm.gov.jm. Information on donating to the NCB Building a Better Jamaica Fund matching grant initiative is also provided on the website. Persons who wish to donate to the NCB Fund must do so using a bank transfer. I call on all Jamaicans, both at home and abroad, to support our relief and recovery effort. Let us unite in our commitment to build a better, more resilient Jamaica. I extend my deepest gratitude to all who have contributed to the relief effort so far, including our international partners, NGOs, private sector, and the countless volunteers who have shown extraordinary generosity and dedication. I have no doubt that through collective resolve and unity, we will emerge even stronger and more resilient than before. Thank you, and may God continue to bless and protect Jamaica.
Leader of the opposition.
Thank you.
The mic beside you, would you be so kind as, thank you.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to thank the Prime Minister for his presentation and join in the expressions of sympathy and concern for those whose lives have been so terribly impacted by this recent Hurricane Beryl. In the Eastern Caribbean, in particular the Grenadines, St. Vincent and Grenada, Barbados to a lesser extent, but still Barbados, of course Jamaica, and now Texas. And it shows the power of these massive storms that are being exacerbated by the effects of global warming, warming temperatures of the sea that energize these storms, and the setting of all kinds of records to do with how quickly they develop from relatively slow-moving or minor weather events, rapidly converting into major storms, Category 4, Category 5 hurricanes. And we're just in early July, and we've already had to endure such a major event. And, you know, I join in the prayers that have been expressed that we be spared further such events in the coming months and get through the rest of the season without having to endure another one. Prime Minister, like you, I have been on the ground visiting affected areas, and the resilience of the Jamaican people is remarkable. The love for each other, the help, each one helping one, the spirit of that is manifest over and over again, wherever I have been. And the suffering out there is very real. So many people have lost their roofs, some have lost their houses entirely. Many Jamaicans are without electricity still, and water, as you've said. Things that require cooling, medication, those things are impacted. Livelihoods are being affected. Fishermen can't really go out and catch fish now because they can't chill the fish pending sale because there's no power to run the refrigerators on. And I hope, for example, that the fishing villages like Parity, Alligator Pond, and so on, that generators will be provided to them early so that they can run their fridges and get back on their feet as fishermen. And we know the pumping stations in St. Elizabeth, there are several of them. They need their own power supply now, independently, generators that can get them up and running so that irrigation systems can flow as well to our farmers. So there's a crisis. So many instances over the last few days where I've come across often a woman, I remember a woman in Bull Savannah, her house had been flattened. She lived with 5 other grandchildren included, and she was just, tears were just running down her face. Quietly, she wasn't making a big hullabaloo, but the pain she was in was manifest. And I remember in Alligator Pond meeting a young mother with 2 young children, lost her house entirely. We're going to have to do something quickly for those people. Elderly people, amputees, whose houses have been destroyed, roofs gone. The rain fell, as you said, a few days after the hurricane flooded out their houses. They're living in pitiful conditions, Prime Minister. And we need to get help to them quickly. You know, in Portland Cottage, the scale of the damage there is frightening. And all of these areas, the electricity distribution system is devastated. And we hope that the JPS will be able to move with alacrity to those areas and really restore the electricity there as quickly as possible. If they feel that they have inadequacies of resources, I hope additional support will be provided from externally, as was done in Hurricane Gilbert, when there was extensive damage to the transmission and distribution system of JPS. Prime Minister, you have said that the benefits, the support, the relief must be distributed on a non-partisan basis. We endorse that. We will hold the government to it. It is extremely important. The CARE program was largely distributed through electronic transactions, the compassionate grant and those sort of things. That allows an easy audit trail. Where you're talking about handing out benefits in kind, there's a whole different ballgame in terms of how that can be managed on the ground. And we would love to see transparency in that, the inclusion of non-government organizations, the Red Cross, the churches, as part of that system to make sure people feel it is transparent and it is fairly done. Prime Minister, what I noticed with this situation, though, is that we need to be more proactive in advance of these events to ensure the infrastructure is in a condition that it can handle these events. We have too many drains and gullies where remedial work, sometimes the gully walls have collapsed, they haven't been fixed, they're blocked as a result, and then water comes down, flows into adjoining communities. These situations we must be proactive for. We should also look, when we are entering a hurricane season, look at having relief and provisioning and equipment distributed into strategic locations in advance, so that if there are hits, we can get relief to people quickly.
The member's time has expired.
So, give me a few more minutes, 5 more minutes.
This is really
Mr. Speaker, the member's time has been expired, and in consultation he's asking for an additional 5 minutes so that he could complete. And I make that point because it is the stated request of the member. Normally, it would be until he closes. May it please you, Mr. Speaker.
The motion on the table is for the member's time to be extended for additional 5 minutes. All those in favor? All those against? The ayes have it. Opposition Leader.
Thank you, Acting Speaker. So the issue of resilience also applies to the JPS system. We saw many instances of poles which had been impacted by trees and so on, and that's a maintenance problem, obviously. But there are also instances of poles which have just collapsed because they were insufficiently anchored. So when I'm hoping that JPS, in rebuilding its distribution system in those areas which are badly affected, will take into account where there has been weaknesses in the arrangement and build into the replacement of those assets, a greater concern about the resilience of the posts and so on. Mr. Speaker, communities which are at risk, we need to bring some attention to those communities. In the corporate area, New Haven, for example, the Dehaney River needs to be desilted. The drains that are feeding into that need to be looked at. There are some engineering issues which need to be fixed to prevent flooding, so those communities don't have to endure such regular flood conditions. It's one thing to have a multi-layered fiscal protection, which is essentially what the government has over time been building out. But we also need to have, before the event, expenditures to provide some balance so that we don't have as much disruption to people's lives by avoidable damage, which had the necessary infrastructural arrangements, the cleaning of drains, the fixing of drains and gully walls and so on. Had those things been done, then we wouldn't have suffered quite as much damage in those areas. So we need some balance in our approach to be proactive and have those programs being done methodically and on a regular basis, and also on the back end, those measures, those reserves, those financial instruments and so on that ensure that the budget can sustain the remedial work, which you've done a lot to address, Minister of Finance. I was hoping to hear from you today on the financing of the restoration. We've heard that the $4.5 billion in the contingency and disaster fund is available. We've heard the $2.5 million under the CRIF policy. We've heard that the CAT bond will not be triggered. So we've also heard that the NWA is estimating $10.5 billion worth of damage just to main roads alone, preliminarily to main roads alone. And we know that there are at least 1,000 homes, and maybe a bigger number, it's more than that, that are going to need support from the state for people to get going. So one has to, I would love to have heard how you plan to utilize those funds. Given that we're so early in the season, yeah, it's early, but I'm saying we're early in the season, and we have to make a decision to what extent you're going to spend your equity, so to speak, the cash that you have set aside now, and hope that there isn't another one, or you're going to say, well, we're going to have to keep something back because there may be more, and we can't spend everything now on that. So these are the kind of decisions that, as Minister, with the facts available to you, we in the opposition and the wider public want to hear what those decisions are, what the thinking is behind them, and so on. The bulk of the funding that's available above the $7 million that is debt. The $7 billion is debt, which is the contingent claim arrangement that you have, which is like a 25-year loan, I think. So we are going to see the need to borrow some of the funding that we are going to have to spend on this, unless we're going to decide, not to address the needs of the population, which is not I don't think we can do that. We have to make sure that people receive the sufficient support to get themselves back on their feet. From our perspective as an opposition, Prime Minister, colleagues, we commit ourselves to being part of the solution. We want to, as members of Parliament, play the role that we are already playing in trying to ease some of the pressures on our constituents, using the resources that have been made available through the CDF system. And generally speaking, while we may be critical of some issues, it is where we see things that are falling short and which need to be called out so that adjustments can be made, improvements can be made, things can be fixed. Because we're out there too, we're seeing things, you're seeing things. But it's all in the spirit of trying to get Jamaica beyond this present disaster and get our lives back in order again. So Prime Minister, as long as the process of relief distribution is done transparently and equitably, we will be partners in trying to bring the lives of our people back to where daily living is no longer the struggle that it is now for those people who are affected, and people can be comfortable again. Thank you, comrades.
Member from Southeast St. Andrew.
Mr. Speaker, I want to follow up from the opposition leader related to the issue of financing. We have $2.5 billion from the CRIF facility. And I want to acknowledge the work that our predecessors, Omar Davis in particular, did on this to initiate it so that we can benefit from it. We have 4.5 billion. We have 4.5 billion from the NDF and the contingency fund. I want some clarity on the National Disaster Fund. When we were here a couple of weeks ago, you had indicated that to trigger access to that fund, the damage would have to total 1.5% of GDP. By my estimate, that's about 45 billion and would have to be confirmed by the fiscal commissioner. So the 4.5, which you have indicated that is currently available, is that a drawdown from the NDF? And what I also want to know is, has the work from the fiscal commissioner started to determine whether we are going to get to the 1.5%? I know we're not there yet because all estimates wouldn't be in place, but anecdotally, I believe we will possibly get there to 1.5%. Thirdly, in relation to the NDF, when we were here a couple of weeks ago, you had also indicated that it would act as a fund that would also deal with non-governmental donations and contributions when disasters happen. So I want to know whether the NDF is going to play that role. I know where the ODPM is dealing with some fundraising, but would the National Disaster Fund play any role in coordinating other fundraising, whether from countries, donor agencies, etc., and what would be the mechanism for the management of those funds once they come in to the NDF? And then finally, I want to ask you about the Cat 5 bond. We know it hasn't been, sorry. I'm asking the Prime Minister, and the Prime Minister can consult with whoever he wishes to. Sorry. With the Cat 5 bond, I know it was not triggered now. The question I would ask is, was there an option to expand the coverage related to the bond, which may have necessitated paying a higher premium? It also possibly, I don't know whether there would have been takers for the bond, but was that option explored? And also whether the bond facilitates multiple payouts, meaning if you have an activity, God forbid we don't have it, but if we have it 2 months down the road and then another one next year, would the Cat 5 bond facilitate multiple payouts? In a given time period. My understanding is that we have it until, and you can clarify, 2026, I believe, or 2027. So during that period, if we have more than one event, would we benefit from the payout if we meet the threshold? So those are my questions.
Most Honorable Prime Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let me start with the member from. So I was going to take off the two questions. Yes. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I will start with the member from Southeast St. Andrew. His questions first, relating to the NDF and the CAT bond. Member, I'm going to task the Minister of Finance to respond to you on the specific and technical questions that you have asked on the bond. In fact, at the next sitting, we're at the next sitting, House Leader? Next Tuesday. So we will give you those answers. You may, however, hear those answers in the press before when we speak. As it relates to the funding going to the ODPM, as it is now, it is quite likely that all the funds donated and used, well, all the funds donated will be used in the relief, in the immediate relief. It is unlikely that there would be any reserve to be put to the NDF, the disaster fund. No. So the funds that come to the ODPEM would be managed by the ODPEM and distributed to the relevant entities and agencies and used in the relief exercise right away. In terms of the questions raised by the Leader of the Opposition, we didn't say this, but it's important that it is said, and I'm happy you asked the question. Before the hurricane, we spent $188 million on preparation. This is the NWA. On drain cleaning, we spent $20 million at the Sandy Gully. The Member of Parliament for Western St. Andrew, for which you toured, would verify that expense. But it did work. So I just so that the country, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker.
Members, please, members. Members, South St. Catherine. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, I am not trying to in any way diminish the general point being made by the Leader of the Opposition, which is that greater expenditure in preparing for a natural disaster is something that any government must undertake. Right. But I wouldn't want the impression to be given that no preparation was made. Right? In fact, the government undertook significant preparation. And in any event, you know, there are areas which historically, if not cleaned, if not opened up, would cause flooding. And those areas, Mr. Speaker, those areas were addressed. In addition, all members of Parliament were allocated drain cleaning for their constituency just before the event. And I'm certain that most of them undertook the work and they found that it was meaningful in preventing, as little as it is, it can open a drain, and that is important. The reference by the Leader of the Opposition to the maintenance of the national grid, particularly the distribution network, is something that we have to pay attention to. The JPS is required to submit to the OUR, I believe it would be, and to the Minister of Energy, their hurricane preparation plan and their maintenance plan. Far more rigorous review of those plans would be undertaken to ensure that the grid, which is a national infrastructure, is in a position to withstand hurricanes or other weather events. It is critical, and so I agree that greater attention should be paid to that. Just an observation, Mr. Speaker, in response to the questions of the Leader of the Opposition. At some point, the country has to accept that it is only with robust economic growth that we are going to turn the things we wish for into reality. Madam Speaker, we stand here not just for this disaster. I've been in this House now for 26 years and been through a few of them, and every time we stand up, it's the same thing. Government should have pre-positioned. Government should have spent more. The challenge is, Mr. Speaker, as every member of Parliament in here knows, government, whichever government it is, they just don't have it. The budget is just not there. So what is it that we should be focusing on, whether it is government or opposition? Let us focus on growing the economy. That is the focus. Building resilience, yes, is part of how we're going to grow the economy. So it's important that when we speak, the message that comes from here to the lady who was shedding tears in that district in in Bull Savannah in St. Elizabeth, where she lost her home, that the message is that, yes, the immediate sympathy and response will be there, but the government is also working to ensure that this does not repeat itself, that we break this cycle of lack of resources to build resilience so we can withstand shocks. That's really the very first time that any government has actually taken this on. A deliberate and instrumental attempt at building resilience and growth in our economy. And I think that must be the message that leaves this debate to the people who are expecting the support and relief from the government. You are going to get the support, you are going to get the relief, but the government is also going to strengthen you and give you the endurance and the resilience to withstand future shocks, which, if it is one thing that is certain, there is going to be another future shock.
Member of St. Andrew Western.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Prime Minister, do you agree that there are some strategic and critical infrastructure that for which the vulnerability of which, if we don't invest and address them prior to a hurricane, will further undermine our economy, and that the Sandy Gully forms part of that network that needs to be addressed, and that for years we've been pleading and begging, way before Beryl even was formed or was even in any conception, and that nothing has been done to address the situation with respect to the Sandy Gully, except in the upper reaches of Sandy Gully, which is where the problem does not exist. The problem exists in the lower reaches, where the trees and the blockage to the flow of water, should the rain come, exists currently. And that the evidence of this is the attempt to do a quick clean of sections of the gully just under the bridge, which was welcome and it probably helped. But that the bigger problem, Prime Minister, exists with the broken protective wall, the floors of the gully, and the severe blockage going into the Onsby. Prime Minister, I heard you again because you said more hurricanes will be coming, and we may have escaped it this time, but we may not be lucky next time. We need to address this as a matter of urgency. It's undermining people's houses. It has broken the banks of the gully and undermining people's houses and threatening different communities on both sides of the gully. Prime Minister, you're well aware of the problem, well aware of it. I'm asking that be done. A similar thing is in New Haven. New Haven is a constant situation. And we have made some community efforts, and I'm seeking the assistance to address what's something that can be addressed to alleviate what is a clear and present danger in the New Haven community. So those two things, Prime Minister, I'm asking for some focused attention. Yeah.
Member from Clarendon Southwest.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Prime Minister, for your statement earlier in the House. Just to be clear, Prime Minister, that the impact of Tropical Storm Beryl was not restricted to just southeast Clarendon, but all of southern Clarendon. In fact, I'm not surprised that when that tour was being held in southeast, none was held in southwest because you could not access southwest at that time through Alley Bridge at all, because there are a number of critical infrastructures in the constituency that were significantly impacted. So the Alley Bridge, let's start with that one. Recently, the NWA did some work on the Alley Bridge. When I saw them doing the work, I questioned whether or not the method of construction or repairs made any sense. I was not surprised, therefore, when I went on the morning after Beryl and saw that the very same area that they concreted, right? The water came underneath from the other side and started to lift it up. So if we have 2 or 3 more floodings, Alley Bridge again will be impossible. You came to the constituency recently, so you're familiar with the area. Race course, decimated. Banks, Sedge Pond, Milk River. I don't know if the Minister of Education is aware, but Milk River Primary School lost the roof. Rest Primary School in Milk River, their roof is damaged. The Minister of National Security can tell that Race Course, Exeter Police Station lost their roof. And we have come a far way in that area in terms of the crime fighting initiative. Because we have been at a stage where murders were rampant. We have gotten it down. So these are the critical infrastructures that need to be addressed expeditiously so that there can be some semblance of normalcy that is brought back to. There's no, it doesn't surprise me that the area doesn't have water because most of the water for southern Clarendon comes from the Chemsil facility. Chemsil pumping facility, of course, is out because there are a number of light poles that are down. I sent a picture to the minister in charge of energy yesterday just to show him the impact of the fallen poles on the corridor between Alley and Water Lane. We were promised that the JPS would be mobilized because up until this morning, only vehicles below 10 feet could access Water Lane through Alley because the light poles and wires were all across the place. People had to drive on the light wires, drive beneath the light wires, etc. So I am aware that the JPS is in the area now, but this leads me to my other question. Are we saying that on the 13th of July, Saturday, that southern Clarendon power will be restored? Because that is based on your presentation earlier. That would be very good news for us. But I must treat that announcement with some degree of skepticism because of what I know is present on the ground and the fact that we know that many of these first responders have not been there on the ground. The response from the Ministry of Labour, Maypen office is woefully inadequate. I can say that right now, that I am not pleased with how the Ministry of Labour, Maypen office is being run, and I am not pleased with what I am seeing from them, especially as it relates to southwestern Clarendon. I got a call from the media before I came into Parliament saying, how is it that nobody has said anything? Because they're there now and they're seeing the devastation. Apart from the houses that have lost their roof, we're not talking about that. Just the critical infrastructures, the schools, the police station, the bridge. There's no water. How soon can we expect the NWC, these are paying customers, to start mobilizing to distribute water? Because the funny thing is, from central Clarendon, Maypen, back to northern Clarendon, it seems as if Beryl never really had made an impact there. But from you reach the southern section of the parish, yes, all along that coast, around Race Course, Milk River to Farka Beach, Banks, there was a project announced of Banks some months ago, some time ago. We had a tour. That bridge that we looked at completely washed away. So that beach that we went to, Minister Mackenzie, we can't reach that beach again. That bridge washed away. Yeah, and you should remember that bridge is right at the corner. So these are the type of things we're dealing with down there. And so it is important that we get an update as it relates to the water delivery, how soon we can get water delivered. We're making arrangements to deliver water, but NWC must step up. Can't be about private interests alone. I mean, commendations must be given to the Ray and Neville group because they have a facility in the constituency, that's the New Yarmouth facility. And they have reached out to me as MP and they have made available food packages, generators for some communities. So we're not saying that the corporate players have not stepped up, so we have to commend them. But the government and the government agencies need to step up as well, because it can't be about our private resources stepping up. So, Water Commission, let us see how best we can get water to the area. Will we get light by the 13th? I need a definitive answer on that because I don't know. I commend the presentation about the fact that there's poor construction that has led to many of the loss of houses and roofs, etc. Because I too noticed that there are no J-bolts. and there are no hurricane straps. And so in putting together a plan to help them, I said to them, mandatory, you have to buy some straps. So I said to the hardware, just provide some straps to them as well. If they don't want to use it, that's their problem. But we need to ensure that we insist when we're doing these interventions, that we do right, do what we know is right, that we insist that they get them and put them on the buildings. So these are the issues we're facing, Prime Minister. I mean, it's all across Jamaica. And it is very difficult for the residents there now. Many of them are just able today to get messages out to their families. Just today to get messages out to their families. I'm just getting images now that I should have gotten from Thursday, but couldn't have been sent off because of what you explained earlier. The connectivity issues that is as a result of characters who are pillaging the system. If it wasn't for me, let me tell you straight up, if it wasn't for me, I went there on Thursday morning and I was the one who had to bring a team from outside of the area to get into the area. That's how bad it was on Thursday morning, right? And most of the residents are aware of it. But Prime Minister, let me tell you, we have to have these agencies that are under the control and care of the government step up and provide the intervention that is necessary. Thank you.
Most Honorable Prime Minister.
You want to talk?
St. Catherine Eastern, member.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Prime Minister, I am certain you're going to be in agreement with me as we both come from Spanish Town. And I remembered very clearly when we were on Zoom, and I said to you that Burke Road is going to be a serious issue. And at the end of it, the hospital, Spanish Town Hospital, was flooded. I was told, and I do not want to say that the officer is not getting information, but I do not know if it is something that is on the spot. Because the drainage, and you would know, Prime Minister, that it has outgrown the town of Spanish Town. There is no drainage there. Starting from Burke Road, Adelaide Street, Young Street, everywhere in Spanish Town can create serious catastrophe if there is any kind of serious flooding in this country. It is very, very serious. And I'm saying to you, Prime Minister, that a serious look must be taken of Spanish Town if we are going to preserve the history of Spanish Town. And we know that it is literally a town that is well used almost by every other parishes in and around. And nothing has been done to Spanish Town to really give it a good boost. Spanish Town Hospital, as we speak, is in a very serious position if there comes any more rain within the next month. And this concrete thing that I heard about falling into drain when nobody couldn't see it, I don't buy into that. Because you can use your eyes to see. If you go out there now, Prime Minister, you would realize that starting from LOJ Shopping Center, where that drain leads straight down to Port Henderson Road and all those areas, is totally in a deplorable condition. $1 million in my constituency, sharing up between Windsor Heights, Central Village, giving $200,000 or $100,000 a year, cannot touch not even the surface. And if we are serious about mitigation, we have to make sure that we do the right thing. And I heard my colleague just said, and I'm not going to say that the agency is not aware. I don't think they have first-hand knowledge. Time come for them to have first-hand knowledge. They are experts. Most of these heads of agencies are experts in their own fields and rights. They need to put on their boots and they need to go out there with the engineers to see exactly what is happening. And last, because I do not want to keep up your time, the 5 million that has been announced, a lot of people believe that it is at home. And they are preparing to come home for it because they are getting very, very, very eager now that nothing is being spent. We are now hearing about another additional $4 million. And I want to thank you, even though I know it is going to be not woefully inadequate, but for us to do something worthwhile, it can really, it's not going to be enough. But I know you will do better the next time around. But Prime Minister, let us be very clear coming out here this evening. Very clear. What is going to happen to the first 5 million, when we are going to get it? Because some of the creditors, some people are very lucky to go to some big place to get credits. Some of us not getting any credit. We have to know where the money is coming from. Well, yes. We are not as fortunate. It's not all of us fortunate. So I'm asking you, Prime Minister, give us a date. Give us some time. So we're going to get 5 million by weekend. That means I can start, the creditor will hear you in here, and they will credit me at that time. So, Prime Minister, please, give us some clearer answers. Thank you.
Member of Manchester Northwest.
Prime Minister, I mean, I'm going to just pick up where my colleague left off. Because, you know, it's always good to make the announcements, but at the same time, when the funds flow, don't flow as efficiently as the announcement, it causes problems. Because even though I may not be on the coast side, but the hilly section of Northwest Manchester, especially that section overlooking St. Elizabeth, was damaged by winds. Many of the houses got damaged. And Northwest Manchester is a constituency that is highly dependent on agriculture. That's the only industries we have. So once the announcement was made prior to the hurricane, constituents expect us to respond right away after the hurricane. And, you know, like my colleague, I'm very cautious in having any credits when the money has not yet arrived at the agency which has responsibility for spending those resources on behalf of our constituents. So a little urgency where that is concerned, so that we can then quickly respond to our constituents. But also on the issue of the government agencies. What I see happening, Prime Minister, is that when there's no catastrophe or any hurricane or any event like this, many of these agencies are still short-staffed. And when you have an event like Beryl, there's no additional staff to take on the additional work that is brought on by this emergency. And I think that because of that, many of the tasks that they have taken on has become, I would say that they're dragging along, because just today, while on my way to Parliament, getting a call from an agency about two shelters in my own constituencies that are still open, that there's no food there to provide for the residents that are there. And they don't have the capacity to provide these foods. And as Member of Parliament asking me, when yet still I have not gotten the resources that has been committed to the constituency, which makes it a little bit difficult. The one social worker per constituency to deal with many of the issues that many of us are facing. We would at least make the request that there are more social workers out there, especially for those who are on the path, the elderly, that many of those the disabled, and many of those whose roofs that we can't even reach to. I mean, we are one individual, one person, and our constituents expect us to visit every single home, which is just not possible in the short space of time since the hurricane, and especially in the rural areas. I would say probably only 1% of my constituency has gotten back electricity, and that is the area within closer to Mandeville itself. And while sitting here, I got a request from the police if we could provide a generator for the Cottage police station, because I don't think that they will be getting back light by the 13th, as you have somewhat committed that most would have gotten back light. But that's the only police station in Northwest Manchester. It is the largest policing area in Jamaica by square miles for that police station. My response to the senior officer who made the request is that I still have not gotten any resources as yet. And I would plead to the Prime Minister, since I'm in Parliament, if something could be done to assist the Cottage police station. The issue of farm roads, I hope that, because that is an issue, especially in constituencies like mine. The Minister of Agriculture is here. I know he would be in a similar situation, because I'm an agriculture dependent, and the Minister knows my constituency and how dependent we are on agriculture. But many of the farm roads have been damaged by the rainwaters. And this gives us an opportunity, Prime Minister, because what has been budgeted for farm roads doesn't take into consideration proper drainage for those farm roads. So I'm pleading that whenever there's an additional budget to deal with farm roads, that drainage, and because of that, many of them, you don't even need a rainfall like this for damage to be done on them. But if it is that we're looking for, as you keep repeating, how it is that we protect the economy itself, it is by doing the job right the first time. So I hope to hear something on the farm roads, but also, as soon as possible, the response to farmers. I mean, I have to be using what I have in my CDF now until we hear something from the Ministry of Agriculture to respond to my farmers. Irish potato has gotten devastated. Those who have carrots in the ground, it won't last. Sweet potato are similar. The yam farmers have been affected badly. Yeah? And for me this is a livelihood of my constituents. I have to now respond immediately. Otherwise, we're going to have poverty running right through constituencies like Northwest Manchester. So if we could get some response, agriculture as soon as possible, so that we know how it is that we're going to respond to our farmers immediately. Thank you.
Member from St. Andrews Southwestern.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Prime Minister, thanks for your update and the news that you brought, because I believe the additional $4 million is going to make a difference. I won't repeat anything that was said before about the distribution of it and how it gets to us and all of that. I have a couple of questions, though, Prime Minister. You did mention when you were talking about some collaboration between the local authorities and some other agencies in terms of clearing of the area, national cleanup. But before you went to national cleanup, you included in that 4 million clearing of areas as one of the activities that we could do. So the question I'm asking, right, is for clarity, because in the constituency now, we have a number of downed trees resting on fences, houses, that will take some resources to be able to cut those up and cart them away. But we don't have sufficient resources to actually do the cleaning up when you put them out. So I wanted to know if there was going to be some kind of joined up nature between those two activities and how you were seeing that. So that's one. I didn't hear outside of that, though, any details about the additional resources to the local authorities in terms of the role that they have to play, whether it is through the Poor Relief Department, Board of Health. I know they're collaborating as well with Ministry of Health. But I speak also because the councillors have been saying that they don't have any additional resources, additional resources that they can rely on to be able to also respond. Yeah? So I wanted to place that so you could answer. The other question now, Prime Minister, is really around transparency. So you have spoken about it, and I think we all agree, certainly when you said that all of us here clapped, and we want to make sure that the distribution, the relief is done in a transparent way. I believe I have not heard sufficient from you about that. One is about how we, as members of Parliament, operate in a transparent manner so that it's not done it can be seen as a partisan activity. That's one side of it. But even for Ministry of Labour, for example, and any other agency that is distributing relief, I believe it's important for us to have a level of transparency that allows the public, one, to know how and who to contact. For example, let's say they don't want to go to any member of Parliament because they don't want anybody to believe that they are political and they want to maintain that independence. Is there, what agency, what number, who do they go to? I think we need to have that information out there. Also, in terms of, you spoke about 5,000 packages to date would have been delivered through the Ministry of Social Security, for example. Where is there a web on the Ministry of Labour website, or where? How do people look and say 5,000 packages have been distributed? How were they distributed? Where were they distributed? Because I believe to ensure that we have confidence in the system and what we're doing, it is important for individuals to be able to go back and look and say, oh yes, these are the areas that I know to be most affected, and that is where I see most of the resources going. So I am very concerned about that. And those are my few questions.
Most Honourable Prime Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I wish to thank the members for their very important questions. If I may, Mr. Speaker, start with the response to the member from Southwest, St. Andrew, my sister. Am I allowed to say? Adjoining constituency. And let me say, I agree with you totally that there has to be greater transparency in how the Ministry of Labour and Security goes about the distribution, because it is not usually seen happening, but it is, based upon the reports that I am privy to. But the public sometimes does not see them moving around and actually doing the distribution. And they want to probably keep it that way because for safety reasons, for crowd management reasons, and for privacy reasons, because they are social workers who are trained to respect the privacy of the beneficiary. So they're caught in almost no man's land as to, do we publicize what we do and how we do it? But I do take your point that in a national disaster, we are giving figures, and the public looking on has no other means of verifying that this is so. Is it actually happening? And even on this side, members have said the exact thing that you have said, that there needs to be. So yesterday, we called together all the entities involved in relief, and that was indeed a point that was raised. So I will give you some assurance that you will see some difference. The challenge we face is that, to the point made by the member from Northwest Manchester, that the entities are understaffed. You know what, let me not say that. The entities at this time may be short-staffed. Short-staffed because many of the persons who are going to serve the community come from in proximity or live in the community. So they are suffering from the same deprivation of utilities and services to make them functional. So that was a complaint raised in the coordinating meeting yesterday, that they did not have enough persons who could be mobilized. Many of them were stuck, many of them didn't have electricity. So you're seeing a little bit of a difference now because they have started to come out in a little bit more numbers, which is why we have deployed the JDF. So the DART team, in addition to other units, will be assisting in the relief effort. All right? So you will, from that end as well, you will see even greater transparency. I did take note from the member from Southwest Clarendon regarding the parish office. I took a note of it, and I will have words with the minister to ensure that there is even service to you as the member of parliament and your constituents. In terms of funds for local government, there are several other questions about funds. So what I have announced here today would be the overarching framework as to how the relief project will go, and I have given you some insights as to the exact funding that is available, but there are still some areas which we have not filled out as yet because they are heavily dependent on assessments. So for example, I haven't said definitively what we're going to do for agriculture. I know the extension officers are in the field, they are checking. And as soon as the Ministry of Agriculture comes to us to say, here is the cost, then the Minister of Agriculture will advise Parliament and the nation as to how we will respond to the agriculture sector. In terms of, and that will include any response for farm roads, for your yam farmers, your potato farmers, and the fishers as well. So the Ministry of Agriculture next week, I'm saying next week, so you have to get them to come in with the assessment for our next sitting. All right, in terms of the time it will take for the CDF funds to be released, I know the member from St. Catherine East, what is it? Eastern St. Catherine, right. You would want me to give you a definitive timeline. I too would like to be able to do so, but at this point I'm not able to. So in the discussion that I've had with the Minister of Finance, we are trying to ensure that the funding gets to CDF so that CDF can pay. So we're working on it. I wouldn't want to tell you which date it is, but it is going to happen because everybody here is putting the same pressure on me to get it done. So it will get done. All right. It might be early next week. It might be early. The question asked by the member from Western St. Andrew, Southwest St. Andrew, regarding the coordination of the cleanup that you may undertake. And just to be clear, I'm not asking members to use the second allocation to do cleanup. But if there is a tree, for example, that has fallen onto someone's home, you can hire a chainsaw to cut that. Now, the cleanup program that we are envisioning would take the debris in the constituency, the bulky waste, and other cleanup material, and cart it away. That's what we're thinking. So I'm not expecting you to, yes, I'm not expecting you to take your cleanup and then take on the expense of carting away. In terms of the Sandy Gully, by my brother, neighboring constituency because we are joined. We share common infrastructure. So I saw the leader of the opposition standing on the banks of the Jew Gully and pontificating about no, but we understand. And so the Sandy Gully, by the way, the Jew Gully and all the other gullies are tributaries of the Sandy Gully. The Sandy Gully is in a risky state right now. It's the oldest gully network in Jamaica, built in the 50s. It has reached its useful life. And without question, remember, the gully is carrying more water capacity than it was actually considered. It's a huge gully. But if you look at the capacity and the speed that it is carrying water at, you will begin to appreciate that it is at risk. The inverts are at risk. The walls are at risk. So we did spend significant resources in 2011, I believe, in 2010, 2011, to rehabilitate, no, your side as well, to rehabilitate all the way down. At that time, about $700 million. We are going to have to undertake another massive rehabilitation. And I agree with you, not from the top. So it wouldn't be affecting, say, like Minister Clark's area. But it would affect your area where you have mentioned the issues of the cleanup around that river, that area which is escaping me now. But it is something that the NWA has on its agenda, and I constantly pay attention to it, and I give you the undertaking that we will have to address the Sandy Gully. It affects my constituency, it affects your constituency, and if anything were to happen, there are thousands of people who live on the gully bank, and their homes and lives would be at risk. So it will be addressed. In terms, and Father Ramkisoon can be assured that we would not stand by and allow anything to happen to the facilities there. So that will also be addressed. That breakaway will also be addressed. In terms of the issues raised by the member from Northwest and the member from Southwest Clarendon, the undertaking of Saturday the 13th is an undertaking given by the JPS. It's not my undertaking. I too would be skeptical based upon what I saw. But the JPS is very resourceful in terms of their linesmen and other crew, and they work very fast. I must tell you, they work very quickly. They have the stocks in place, which is 50% of the problem. The other, let's say 25% of the problem is the ability to access. And we have sorted out this access issue between themselves and the NWA. So you're going to see some swift movement in your area, in St. Elizabeth, and those areas as well. But you are going to see some movements, I would say, by Friday in those areas. In terms of the Alley Bridge and those areas that you have mentioned, member, I will have words with the NWA to see what we can do to start repairs or replacement, because I know that is cutting off an entire area. All right. In terms of the police, in terms of the generators, I'm going to, the Minister of National Security is undertaking to pay some attention to see if we can get some generating independent backup capacity there. Right, so I was saying that in the treatment of the Sandy Gully, we would also put some resources for New Haven. New Haven is a perennial problem, as we know. But as you mentioned it, I'm fearful of going onto these topics because it draws up. But the truth is that as we look at some areas in Clarendon, as we look at some areas in St. Elizabeth and in New Haven, when we enter the reconstruction phase, there has to be some relocation. There's no question about it. There has to be some relocation. I don't want to bring it up here yet because exactly, we need to put a full plan to the country so that the persons who would be required to relocate understand that it will be done with equity and justice and that they will not be made any worse off. But I don't want to go into that right now. But I thank the members for the questions, and at the next sitting, I will provide the nation with a more fulsome report.
Announcements.
Laid on the table of the House are the following. Annual report of the Protected Disclosures Act of 2011 for the calendar years January 1, 2022 to December 31, 2022, and January 1, 2023 to December 31, 2023. Annual report of the Forestry Department for the financial years 2012-2013 and 2013-2014, along with their related ministry papers numbered 36 and 37 of 2024, respectively. The Auditor General's Department certified appropriation accounts under Head 06,000 for the Office of the Services Commission, Head 15,000 for the Office of the Prime Minister, and Head 256 for the Tax Administration of Jamaica. Annual report of the Integrity Commission for the financial year 2023-2024, and finally, the Capital Development Fund withdrawal number 1, Order 2024, and its resolution under the Bauxite Production Levy Act. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Bills brought from the Senate, petitions, papers, reports from committees, notices of motions given orally.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to give notice that at the next meeting of the House, I will move. Whereas Standing Orders 32A1 stipulates that the sectoral debates shall last no longer than 6 weeks in each year, and whereas the 2024-25 sectoral debate commenced on April 30, 2024, and the 6-week period expired on June 4, 2024, and whereas as on May 29, 2024, the House approved a resolution to extend the sectoral debate until June 25, 2024, and whereas on June 25, 2024, the House approved a resolution to further extend the sectoral debate until July 2, 2024, and whereas, considering the circumstances occasioned by the threat of Hurricane Beryl, the House could not meet on July 2, 2024 for want of a quorum. Be it further resolved that notwithstanding Standing Orders 32A1, the sectoral debate be further extended until July 13th, is it? Yes, July 13, 2024. Madam Speaker, I further beg to give notice that at a later stage today, I will move for the suspension of the standing order to enable me to take this motion. Madam Speaker, I'm positive it is not July 13th.
It is.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, it is July 13th.
That next Tuesday
July 13th.
would be, I think, 16th. I'm sure it's the 16th and not the 13th.
Oh, it's August. Yes, you're correct.
So, Mr. Speaker, it should read then that be it resolved that notwithstanding standing order 32A1, the sectoral debate be further extended until July 16, 2024. Mr. Speaker, I further beg to give notice that at a later stage today, I will move for the suspension of the standing order to enable me to take this motion.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to give notice that at the next meeting of the House, I'll move the following motion. The Bauxite Production Levy Act, Capital Development Withdrawal Number 1, Order 2024. Be it resolved that the Capital Development Fund Withdrawal Number 1, Order 2023 under the Bauxite Production Levy Act, which was laid on the table of the House on the 9th of July 2024, be approved. Mr. Speaker, I further beg to give notice that at a later stage today, I'll move for the suspension of the standing orders to enable me to take this motion. Mr. Speaker, I beg to give notice at the next meeting of the House, I'll move the following. The Trademarks Regulation of Agents Rule 2024 Resolution. Whereas Section 78 of the Trademarks Act, hereinafter referred to as the Act, provides that the Minister may from time to time make such rules subject to affirmative resolution for A, for regulating the practice under the Act, including the service of documents, B, for classifying goods for the purposes of registration of trademarks, C, for making or requiring duplicates of trademarks and other documents, D, for securing and regulating and publishing and selling or distributing in any such manner as he thinks fit of copies of trademarks and other documents, E, for the regulation of trademark agents, F, prescribing fees payable under this Act, G, generally for regulating the business of the office in relation to trademarks and all things by this Act placed under the direction or control of the registrar. And whereas on the 12th day of June 2024, the Minister made the Trademarks Regulation of Agents Rules 2024, now therefore be it resolved by this Honourable House as follows. This resolution may be cited as the Trademarks Regulation of Agents Rules 2024 Resolution. The Trademarks Regulation of Agents Rule 2024 are affirmed.
Questions and answer to questions.
Mr. Speaker, oh, go ahead.
Just a minute, please. Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I beg to give notice that at the expiration of 21 days, I'll ask the Minister of Health and Wellness the following questions.
St. Andrew Western.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to give notice that at the expiration of 21 days, I'll ask the Minister of Housing the following questions.
Questions and answers to questions. Motions that may be made at the commencement of public business requiring notice. Motions relating to sitting of the House. Motions for leave to introduce bills. Presentation of bills without leave of the House first obtained. Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, I now move for the suspension of the standing orders to enable me to introduce and have read a first time a bill shortly entitled the Income Tax Amendment Act 2024.
The question is that the standing order be suspended to enable the minister to take a motion, notice of which was given earlier. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it.
Mr. Speaker, I now move that the bill shortly entitled the Income Tax Amendment Act 2024 be read a first time.
A bill shortly entitled the Income Tax Amendment Act 2024 read a first time.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to give second notice of reading of the bill. And Mr. Speaker, I further beg to give notice that at a later stage today, I'll move for the suspension of the standing orders to enable me to take second reading of the bill and to take it through all its concluding stages.
The question.
Oh, no, other public business. We're in
Oh,
public
sorry.
business, right?
Public business?
No. Public business now?
House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, on the matter of public business, there, of course, is the motion that I moved in regards to the extension of the sectoral debate to July 16, 2024. Mr. Speaker, I beg to move, therefore, for the suspension of the standing orders to enable me to take that motion.
The question is that the standing orders be suspended to enable the minister to take the motion, notice of which was given earlier. All those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move for the approval of the motion.
The question is that the motion, notice of which minister gave earlier, be approved. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it.
Mr. Speaker, I now move for the suspension, no, Bauxite first. The suspension of the standing orders to enable me to take the motion on the Bauxite Production Levy Act that I gave earlier.
Those in favor? Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. Minister?
Mr. Speaker, I rise to, in an expeditious manner, hopefully, treat with the, if I can, with the motion, the order. Oh my goodness. Regarding the Bauxite Production Levy Act, Capital Development Withdrawal Number 1 order. Mr. Speaker, as you and my other colleagues in this honorable House are aware, the Jamaica Bauxite Institute was established by the government of Jamaica in 1975 as a regulatory planning and development agency to manage the sovereign aspects of the government's participation in the bauxite alumina industry. The JBI was made and is responsible for monitoring and studying the alumina industry and advising the government on matters pertaining to the industry locally and internationally. And Madam Speaker, it is primarily funded from levies on the bauxite industry through the Capital Development Fund. Madam Speaker, the JBI's operations are not revenue generating. However, over the years, the JBI has expanded its operations to include the provision of laboratory services on a commercial basis to generate some revenues. As their primary function, the JBI continues to contribute to the bauxite and alumina industry in Jamaica through research and continued monitoring, which encourages bauxite companies to remain compliant with applicable laws and regulations. For the fiscal year 2024-25, total budgetary support from the CDF is expected to cover 80% or $367.17 million of the JBI's operating expenditure. The remaining 20% is expected to be funded from other income and reserves. Mr. Speaker, this amount of $367 million is included in the approved Jamaica Public Bodies estimates of revenue and expenditure for the year ended March 2025. The JBI reported working capital surplus of $130 million as of March 31st, 2024, which compares favorably with a surplus of $80 million estimated. This was primarily influenced by an improvement of $36 million in cash and bank balances relative to the prior year. Cash and cash equivalents of $128 million held at March 31st, 2024 was sufficient to offset 78% of JBI's current liabilities. The requested support from the CDF, the Capital Development Fund, Mr. Speaker, is therefore necessary to allow JBI to continue to finance its operations because it's forecasted that the cash resources will decline. Mr. Speaker, the JBI has been granted budgetary support totaling $1.585 billion from the Capital Development Fund over the 5-year period 2019 to 2023, 2023-24. However, the CDF balance has increased over the years from $2.12 billion as at March 31st, 2020 to $6.678 billion as at March 31st, 2024. And that's something that I'm very proud of, Mr. Speaker. Very proud of. Because the Capital Development Fund had declined. We had taken out money from the Capital Development Fund to deal with things like economic disaster, right? That we now have a contingencies fund, a natural disaster fund, and CRIF policy and CAT bond to deal with. So as a result, it's under this administration, we have been building up the Capital Development Fund, and it now stands at $6.7 billion as of March 31st, 2024. We don't even mention it. Beryl, come, and we're not even talking about this. We don't need to talk about this, right? Adequate resources are therefore available in the Capital Development Fund to facilitate the approved support to the Bauxite Institute for the 24-25 fiscal year. Notably, a balance of $6.3 billion will remain in the fund following the withdrawal of the $367 million. So, Mr. Speaker, it is proposed that a withdrawal of $367 million be made from the Capital Development Fund in line with the Bauxite Production Levy Act and that Cabinet Decision 524 dated February 12, 2023 in the budgetary support for the JBI for fiscal year 24-25. Mr. Speaker, as I've emphasized, since I started to pilot these orders annually, we're committed and continue to only withdraw from the Capital Development Fund in line with the Bauxite Production Levy Act. So what we're doing here was contemplated by the authors of the Bauxite Production Levy Act 50 years ago. We're doing what is consistent with that act to facilitate the budgetary support of the Jamaica Bauxite Institute. And as such, I expect the wholehearted support of this House without much commentary, because we're doing what the Act foresaw that we should do. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Manchester Northwest, turn.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. Mr. Speaker, thank you. You know, we give support. I mean, this is what the intention of the act itself was intended for. But at the same time, Mr. Speaker, no. At the same time, there were other intentions in support to constituencies that are affected by bauxite, just like yours, right? And through you, Mr. Speaker, as the minister is occupied on his phone, and you want me to hurry up, right? Don't it? No, but seriously though, Minister, because the intention of the bauxite levy was not only to support the JBI, but it was mainly put there for support to ensure that communities that were affected by bauxite bauxite mining could see some some benefits, something being put back into these communities through the levy, right? And so much is taken out, but so little has been put back over the years. And as a member of parliament who has a constituency that is affected by bauxite mining, I can say, Minister, that we have not seen any resources from the JBI through the CDF, the Capital Development Fund, over the last 4 years. And even when that is offered to these constituencies, the policy sum of $4 million is just woefully inadequate to make any impactful change to these communities. So, Minister, while you ask me to stick to the intent of the CDF itself, there's that other side of the CDF which we think that ought to have some look at. And it has been proposed by the former minister, the member from Eastern Kingston, and I support his call that there ought to be at least a committee of the House of those constituencies that are affected, that this fund, that you're not only boasting about or feeling proud that you have built the CDF, and that can only be done when there are levies that are being paid. And we are getting little or no levy being paid to the CDF itself, hence why we are where we are. But, you know, from this side, we would want to see not only that the JBI is being financed by, but these constituencies that are affected by bauxite mining can at least see some of the benefit of the levy that comes into the CDF itself. So, Minister, when you go back, this is something that I would love for you to consider, and also to consider that members of this House who are members of Parliament of constituencies that are affected by bauxite mining at least have some say in how that remainder is spent in these communities, if it pleases you.
Member from Clarendon Southwestern.
Minister, I am also one of those constituencies that is affected by the JBI in terms of the levy. You're junior as well, because all of us are in the bauxite belt. So I think the question is whether or not this approved sum contemplates a disbursement to the constituencies that have been affected by the bauxite mining activities. And especially now, when we are dealing with hurricane recovery efforts. And I think it is high time that the JBI step up, and that the people who are impacted on a daily basis by the mining activities, by the nuisance caused by it, by the health issues, etc., that they be afforded some resources to deal and cope with the issues.
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and may we record the support of the opposition for the order that's on the table, even while I respond to the comments and concerns that they have raised. Yeah. On a serious note, members, the bauxite and mining sector has been a critical sector to Jamaica over its existence since we started the first factories in the 1960s. Jamaica has earned billions and billions of US dollars from the export of the product from that industry. And in fact, the Capital Development Fund has seen in its time over $1 billion US come into it. And only 6 billion Jamaican dollars is there now. So what I'm trying to say is that the proceeds of the bauxite levy historically have gone in to support the Jamaican people. Okay? Now, one of the one of the reasons why this was put in place, and the idea behind the fund, was that bauxite is a depleting resource that at some point is not going to exist anymore. As a result of that, the idea is to put funds aside, much like what the Middle Eastern countries have shown us exactly how one ought to deal with a depleting resource, a depleting natural resource, and plan for the future. What they have done is to use revenues from oil while they have it, create sovereign wealth funds, invest in other assets so that it can grow, so that when the oil has run out, they have other investments that can yield income. So I want to put it to you that though your concern about the constituency is legitimate, I want to put it to you that those concerns are best addressed from the budgetary process, and I will make a note, if you remind me, that we go and we do something in the upcoming budget for your communities from the consult fund. But for the CDF, I plead with you, member, because bauxite will at some point in the next 20 years be non-existent, and what revenues we get from it will no longer exist after that. It is necessary for us to build up resources that can provide us with income that replaces what we used to get from bauxite. A tall order, given that we essentially obliterated the size of the fund. But your concerns about the members in your constituents, let us address that through the bigger fund, which is a consolidated fund, through the budgetary process. We are a government that listens. If you make that, representation, and we will respond to it. But what? Oh, no, okay. No, for JBI, no, okay. I can't. JBI, you can talk to JBI and the minister. Sorry, you're talking about something else. Okay. You can talk to JBI and the minister about that. Right. I want us to be on one accord, though. I want us to be on one accord that what little that we have in the Capital Development Fund, that we nurture it, we try to improve it over the 20 years that is left of the bauxite life. Yeah, so that when bauxite is no longer available, we have something else. But in the meantime, you can talk to the minister about JBI. So if I...
Member from Manchester Northwestern.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So, Minister, that fund, and I know Minister Green knows what I'm speaking of. So normally it was every 3 years, every 3 or 4 years, each constituency that's affected by bauxite would get, as I said, a paltry sum of $4 million, right? But to the bigger point that you were just making is that, and my constituency is new to the bauxite mining, but when I'm to take the experience from other constituencies that have been affected by mining, they have been left worse off. Yeah? I mean, if you look at the community right across in central Manchester, right across from Kirkvine community, they don't even have running water. But yet still, Kirkvine has more wells in Porous than NWC. Yeah? And many of these communities, I can speak of Blue Mountain in central Manchester, I can speak of down in South Manchester. The infrastructure itself, it is left. You still have about thousands of titles still not able to be issued. So the point I'm making is that once you have that CDF that would have been collected over these decades, these years, is that we have not seen the rightful contribution to these communities. And I'm just saying that, be it that you want to do it through central government, these communities need to start, or maybe we, when we get to government, have to just do it. Thank you.
So thank you,
Minister.
thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thanks to the member. We have representatives on this side who represent areas in which bauxite mining occurs, who feel just as passionately or more about the issues that you raise. And we will just have to make sure that those are represented in the annual allocations at budgetary time. Mr. Speaker, I ask that the motion be approved.
The question is that the motion be approved. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it.
Mr. Speaker, I now move for the suspension of standing orders, the levied, to take the motion.
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I now move, you look good in that chair. I now move for the suspension of the standing orders to enable me to take the motion, notice of which I gave earlier. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the clarification. Mr. Speaker, the trademark rules were amended in 2022 to provide for, 1, the administration locally of the international registration of trademarks, 2, the setting out of the criteria for the international registration of trademarks, 3, an application procedure for international registration of trademarks, 4, the opposition procedure for the international registration of trademarks, 5, the administration fees in respect of the international registration of trademarks, and 6, the prescription of relevant forms. But Jamaica is a part of a global commercial system, and we want to make sure that our marks recognize here that internationally people can access our what we have recognized here and vice versa. Upon promulgation of the Trademarks Amendment Rule 2022, the Intellectual Property Committee of the Jamaica Bar Association subsequently highlighted concerns in relation to the filing of the form TM3 to make a request to appoint or change an agent or enter or change an address for service. These include, 1, the requirement that the TM3 form must be filed contemporaneously with the filing of the application to register a trademark form, which is TM1, and that the form must be signed by the applicant. Mr. Speaker, after consideration of relevant stakeholders, the Ministry, and in this case it's the Ministry of Industry, Investment and Commerce, agreed that the rules would be amended to, 1, allow trademark agents to sign the form TM3 on behalf of the proprietor, where there is a general authorization letter executed by the proprietor and witnessed by a justice of the peace or notary public, and 2, provide that the form TM3 is to be submitted within 4 weeks of the filing of the application to register a trademark, form TM1. The opportunity was also taken to correct typographical errors in the rules and to insert fees that were omitted. Therefore, the Trademark Amendment Rules 2024 are before us and are being promulgated in keeping with Section 78 of the Act, subject to affirmative resolution. I now go to the clause-by-clause analysis. Clause 1, Mr. Speaker, provides for the short title and applicability of the regulations. Clause 2 amends the first schedule of the principal rules. Mr. Speaker, the relevant rule that provided for the specific application fees were incorrectly referenced. As such, amendments were made to correct the reference to the corresponding rules. Further, no fee was prescribed for the handling and processing of an amended international application designating Jamaica. The fee of $6,000 was inserted, which is inconsistent with the fee for an amended application for the international registration of a trademark. Clause 3, amendment to the second schedule of the principal rules. The note section of the application to register a trademark, Form TM1, was amended to allow Form TM3, which is filed to make a request to appoint or change an agent or enter or change an address for service, to be filed within 4 weeks after submission of the form. Currently, both forms must be filed together. Further, since the TM3 is to be signed by the proprietor in the event that same is executed by the agent on the proprietor's behalf, filing will only be permitted where the form is accompanied by an authorization letter executed by the proprietor, licensee, or opponent, and witnessed by a justice of the peace or notary public. Form TM3 has therefore been amended to reflect this. Mr. Speaker, typographical errors observed throughout the form were also corrected in Clause 4. In closing, the amendment before us will facilitate the ease of doing business in Jamaica and clarifies errors through the document. I now ask the members of this Honourable House to comment and, if we can reach consensus, affirm this resolution.
Opposition Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm seeking clarification. There is a set of amendments which are the number 2 rules, trademark amendments number 2 rules. You're not doing that? Okay, because I have something to say on those. Huh?
That's the one that's called regulation of agents.
Right.
That's not what we do.
Okay.
What we do is that one is.
Right, right, all right. So, but are those other regulations not before the House, you're saying? They are, because they are. I got them last week in here. No, because there's some issues with those. Yeah, all right. We have no objection to these regulations that are before us, Mr. Speaker.
Minister. Mike.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the opposition for their support of this resolution, and I now ask that the resolution be approved.
The question is that the motion, notice of which the minister gave earlier, be approved. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it.
Mr. Speaker, I now move for the suspension of the standing orders to enable me to take the second reading of the income tax bill, notice of which I gave earlier, and also for me to take it through its concluding stages. Oh, I said that earlier. So I rise to take it through. Yes. To debate the bill. 2 statements, 3 bills in one day. We've been very productive today. With your support. Lord have mercy. Okay. All right. This is not so bad. Mr. Speaker, I rise to introduce the Income Tax Amendment Act 2024. During my 2023 budget presentation, as part of the revenue measures, I signaled my intention to implement a regime to provide an income tax credit to individuals.
Minister, you have to move the question before you start the debate, please.
Mr. Speaker, I ask
suspension of the standing
for the
order.
Suspension of the standing orders to enable me to take the motion which I gave earlier. I said that.
Maybe.
Okay.
The question is for the standing order to be suspended to enable the minister to take the second reading of the bill, notice of which he gave earlier, and also for him to take it through all its concluding stages. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You're operating under the principle that better be safe than sorry. So but we did say it earlier. So, just repeating, I rise to introduce the Income Tax Amendment Act 2024. During my 2023 budget presentation, as part of the revenue measures, I signaled my intention to implement a regime to provide an income tax credit to individuals who acquire and install a solar photovoltaic system at their primary place of residence. This bill seeks to achieve this by setting out the appropriate legal framework that would allow individuals to benefit from this income tax credit. Mr. Speaker, this measure forms part of a much broader goal of reducing our dependence on fossil fuels and substantially increasing the share of renewable energy in our local energy mix. As members of this Honourable House are aware, Jamaica has set a target to achieve of 50% use of renewable energy in the electricity generation sector by 2030, and the utilization of appropriately targeted fiscal measures are critical to achieving this result. Mr. Speaker, this Honourable House will also recall that in my budget presentation earlier this year, as a part of the 2024-2025 budget, I indicated that the government will also be reducing the corporate income tax rate for independent power producers producing 75% or more of their energy from renewable sources from 33.33% to 25%. The objective of this rate reduction is to promote growth within the renewable energy sector by providing a more favorable tax environment and providing more of an incentive for larger scale investment in renewable energy technologies such as wind and solar. Mr. Speaker, this Honourable House will further recall that the major components utilized in the installation of a solar photovoltaic system, such as the solar photovoltaic panels, solar inverters, and solar batteries, including lithium-ion batteries, are also exempt from the payment of GCT. These fiscal measures is proof of the government's commitment to achieve the target of 50% use of renewables by 2030. The government will continue to explore measures, fiscal and otherwise, to ensure that this target is met. Mr. Speaker, the bill before us sets out the criteria that will enable individuals who have installed a solar photovoltaic system at their primary residence to benefit from the income tax credit. The bill makes provisions for, among other things, an income tax credit at the rate of 30% of the acquisition and installation cost of the solar photovoltaic system for the taxpayer's primary residence up to a maximum cost of $4 million. This means that the maximum credit an individual will be allowed to claim is $1.2 million. This measure shall apply to solar photovoltaic systems acquired and installed on or after the 1st of January 2023, i.e. for the year of assessment 2023. The value of the income tax credit will be applied to the acquisition and installation price of the solar photovoltaic system and will be claimable in the year the system is installed. The income tax credit will be used by the taxpayer to offset their total income tax liability equal to the total value of the credit received. The credit would be non-refundable, i.e. if the total value of the credit exceeds the total taxpayer's liability, the taxpayer would not receive a cash refund. A carry-forward provision is included to allow the individual to apply the unused portion of the credit to future tax years. The amount of credit applied will be restricted to a maximum of 50% of income tax payable by the taxpayer in the assessed year, with the remaining amount being carried forward and applied to the future tax year. In order to claim the credit, the taxpayer will have to provide proof, invoices, and independent verification that the solar PV system is installed and is generating electricity. Finally, the bill seeks to amend the income tax prescribed forms order 2015 to prescribe new taxpayer return forms to facilitate the tax credit in the relevant forms. Mr. Speaker, I'll now go through the clauses of the bill. Clause 1 provides the short title and the coming into force of the Act. Clause 2 inserts a new section 25F, which outlines the legislative framework for the solar photovoltaic tax credit system into the Income Tax Act. This framework includes adding relevant definitions, defining the applicable tax year, outlining how the credit is to be calculated and the cap, as well as outlining the criterion that the taxpayer needs to meet in order to apply for the tax credit, among other things. Clause 3 deletes and substitutes forms IT-05, SO4, and SO4A with amended forms. Mr. Speaker, I now invite members of this Honourable House to support the passage of the Income Tax Amendment Act 2024.
Member from St. Andrew Southeast.
Mr. Speaker, this is a step in the right direction in terms of encouraging more Jamaicans to install solar PV systems. There are issues when more and more persons come off the grid in terms of the cost to those who remain, but that's not for today's discussion. The 1.2 million relatively small in terms of what it would cost you to install a system, which is somewhere between 4 and 5 million, but it is a step in the right direction, and that is something we would support. I must, however, express my grave disappointment with the government's slow pace at implementing renewable energy overall. The last time that we went to the market for renewable energy was in 2013, when we were on that side, and those projects were implemented in 2016. Since then, I know there is a request for a proposal which closed, and I assume maybe towards the end of the year, they will select a provider. If you select a provider, you'll probably have a build-out in another 24 months. So we are not likely to have additional renewables at the commercial level probably for another 2 to 3 years. To achieve the goal of the 50%, this will help, but it really can't move us in a significant way because this is at the level of households. So yes, there's no objection to what is being proposed. It will assist those who want to come off the depend on JPS and want to install the system. But really, there needs to be a lot more done at the commercial level, where the government has holds the lever in bringing more renewable energy on the grid to do so in a timely fashion. We really should be adding renewables every 2 to 3 years. So, Minister, there's no objection from this side on it, and we look forward to the take-up. I don't know how large it will be, but it is a step in the right direction.
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the member for the support of the bill, and I now ask that the bill be read a second time.
The question is that the bill be read a second time. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it.
A bill entitled An Act to Amend the Income Tax Act read a second time.
The House will now resolve itself into a committee of the whole House to consider the bill clause by clause. Minister, can we put it in a block? Okay. Members of this committee will put all the clauses together. Clause 1, Clause 2, and Clause 3. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it. I put the title of enacting clause. I put the title and enacting clause. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it. The question is that I do report the bill as having passed committee stage without any amendments. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it. I do report the bill as having passed committee stage without any amendments.
Mr. Speaker, I now ask that
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I now ask that the bill be read a third time.
The question is that the bill be read a third time. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it.
A bill entitled An Act to Amend the Income Tax Act read a third time and passed.
House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, it is not intended to do any further business today. I therefore beg to move that this Honorable House be adjourned until Tuesday, July 16th at 2 p.m. at the George William Gordon House. May it please you, Mr. Speaker.
The motion on the table is that this House be adjourned. All those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it.